Hey, we got someone finally coming in. Welcome. If you're just looking, listening, welcome. Yeah, just hang out for a minute, waiting to get a couple more people in here, and then the madness is going to start. We got a couple people in here. All right, all right, all right. Well, we got 1 minute before the D20 of Destiny picks which knife we're running. Boss Shredder Elden Ring, what's up? Welcome. Sharon here. Higgy. Sorry, words. Welcome. So what's fixing to happen is this is going to pick out which knife we play with tonight, and we're going to cut cardboard with it until the edge is wrecked. So that's what we're doing. And hopefully, like this one, I don't think it's going to last 4 hours, but we're going to sharpen it and keep going. The rest of these should be at least 2.5 hours, at least. So let's see what we get. 15. We got the Camillus Keto, you guys, which if you did, I'm sure y'all didn't see the video on it yet, but I carried this for a week, did my review on it, and oh, this thing reeks of cheap. This may not be a comfortable stream, but let's get these guys put up for the next live stream, and let's see how them first couple of cuts go. It's like we got a whole box of stuff that we can throw out there on the next stream and try out, and so on and so forth. Now, I have got vacation time from work coming up, so some point during that, we're probably just going to go ahead and do the S30V on the bug out. Just a guess, what's going on, man? All right. Our edge right now is pretty good when I don't mess the cut up, so we got a decent edge. We're starting off strong. All right, get off of here. I hate it when stuff lands on my lights. Let's get our first sacrificial piece of cardboard. Yeah, no, I'm going to let everybody know ahead of time. If you're subscribed, we're going to, you always get an announcement in the community post beforehand. If you haven't subscribed, go ahead and sub. I have got 4 knives I'm giving away. The video's already up for it. Get yourself entered, try to win one. Let's go ahead and see what it do. All right, that's not too bad. So thank you, Sharon. Yeah, so I'm trying to get people in there. Like the last couple of giveaways we've done, the number of entries has been fairly small. I'd like to have a big giveaway where we got a lot of people in there. Like the members only giveaways, yeah, I get that small crowd. But yeah, regular giveaway, I'd love to have more people seeing those things and entering. Brother, welcome. I don't know how to pronounce your name, so my apologies. But we are cutting cardboard with this thing until the edge is absolutely wrecked. And then we're probably going to sharpen it and play around some more. This stream is going to be minimum 4 hours. No matter what it takes. We normally get 4 hours or more on these, so... But... Laid off Pete, what's going on? Welcome. Well, thank you, sir. Yeah, I've got vacation time coming up, so we're going in on the bug out at some point while I'm on vacation. For those of y'all that don't know, I was in a very bad location. Laid off Pete, man. I love the kind words. Thank you. But I transferred to a better store with a better manager. And that dude's cool as hell. I couldn't ever get my vacation time set up. The remainder that I got to use or lose. Vex VR, brother, all my knives are sharp and there's like 200 of them. I don't have time to go through them. After we do every stream, they get sharpened up real good. So, I mean, they're all quite sharp. Like, I don't think I have a really dull one in there. Not my problem. What's up, KO Knives? What's up? Welcome. We're cutting up cardboard until we destroy the edge on this thing, and then we're probably going to sharpen it and keep playing. That's what we're doing. Just doing a nice marathon. But so I finally sat down because I couldn't ever sit down with my manager and get my vacation time set up. He just kept brushing it off. So my current manager, he's just like, you know, we sat down and I was just going to pick a day a week to not leave my crew hanging. I've flaked a little bit of skin off while I was shaving after sharpening a couple times, but I haven't cut myself on the stream. I did do that about 10 years ago. But, you know, I was just going to do 1 day a week for like 3 weeks to get my days burned off. And he said, you know what I'd do is take the entire week off. Like, well, say less, brother. I'm taking a whole week off. Yeah, a lot of us have got scars. That one was both humiliating and I saw bone. So yeah, like the 19th through the 26th, I'm just going to be at home on vacation. Try to figure out something to do, but we are going to set up a marathon live stream with that bug out. We have to. Because maybe, since I'll have time to sleep beforehand and time to recover afterwards, man, my bad, dude. But, you know, I'm going to be able to rest before and after. Hopefully, we end up breaking the record for live stream length. Like, our record is 8 hours and 48 minutes. Well, no, I did a dumbass thing. I played a stupid game and I won a stupid prize. Brandon Goad, I hope I pronounced that right. Welcome. Well, that's the thing, is like I cut myself, I was at a camp out, and I realized it was bad enough that I had to ask somebody for help. That's what got me, and I had 3 machetes on my belt because I was going out in the woods to try each one out. And I was like, I just cut myself this bad, and I'm wearing 3 machetes right now. I have to at least save as much face as I can. So, like, I am just pouring blood, and I walk over to my van, I take the 3 machetes off and throw them in there and shut the door, and then I go ask for help. And a friend of mine that's a nurse slapped one of her maxi pads on there and wrapped it up in tape, and I went back to building the fire I was building. Blue, how you doing? Welcome. I've seen my boner plenty of times. Come on now. No problem. I'm sorry, man. Like, I'm a little tired, but that's also Oh, Jesus Christ. I see those things and I'm always scared of that happening. Like, I don't use those things for that reason. Like, those things, they scare me. Like, I know it's not that hard to use them safely, and they do make tools to assist you, little plastic grippers with spikes on them so you don't have your hand in the way. But those things scare me. Hello, friend 2. Welcome. How you doing? Oh, yeah. No, well, that's the thing. All right, me and my current wife were just dating. You know, we're dating, and so that happened, and I sent her a picture of it, and she freaked out. And she, you know, she's freaking out. I'm like, I'm not going to the doctor. I can't afford that. You know, I can't afford no doctor. So I stayed at the camp out for another 2 days. I was, you know, I finished making the fire I was making when I cut myself. I was playing cornhole with a gimped out arm. Like, you know, I was sleeping in the van for the camp out. Like, it didn't really stop me from doing shit. It's just, it was a bad thing all around. Give me a second, guys. Sorry, I'm trying to arrange consumable food for the night. Oh my God. Well, lack of experience was my excuse. However, I still played a pretty decent game. Like, I'm not that good at it, but I still played a decent game because my left hand was the one that got wrecked, not my right one. Yeah, you get into the hobby into this for long enough, you're going to do something dumb. You're going to do something dumb. And I believe this is an 8CR13 blade, so we should be cutting for about 2.5 hours before it craps out. But you guys get into anything interesting today? Because basically all I did was sleep. Like, literally, I crashed out last night. I woke up for an hour or two, went right back down, and I woke up about an hour before I had to start the stream. Yeah, and that's the thing with tourniquets. Like, people don't realize you got to wrench them things down way tighter than you think. Like, it is very painful. And people don't realize that. What did you win in a knife auction last night? And just a guess, you have no idea how much I appreciate guys that are watching this while they're working. Like, for me, that is a very, very high compliment. And I have been crop dusting myself for the last 36 hours, maybe. Like, relentlessly. And I'm not sure what's happening. Yeah, I haven't experienced having a tourniquet on either. However, I've watched videos of how to do it right, just in case it comes up. Like, if it ever comes up and I got to do a tourniquet, now I know, so that, you know, I'm not wasting someone's time, basically. Knives are life. What's going on? Unfortunately, we got the Camillus Keto. Like, I knew it was coming, but, you know, this is kind of the joke knife for the night. But we're still going to have fun. It feels like the ergos actually aren't going to be too bad. This is fairly flat across the top, so maybe we won't have such a bad experience. Played off, Pete. I appreciate that. Hopefully we can keep the interesting conversation happening for you. Bro, like, you know, I work at a store and I'm in the aisles and I'll rip one and it's real bad and I'm waiting for a customer to go, "Was that you?" I'm like, "Nah, that was a drive-by, dog." Like, just cover my ass on that one, because, like, you really don't want your customer service to be, yeah, I shit my entire pants. But I can tell you guys about the best time I've ever been kicked out of a place, because for those of y'all that are new here, my life before, like, my past life was pretty fucking wild. Gravy Seal, what's going on? Welcome back. I don't think I've seen you in a minute. But, nah, so back when I was younger, I had these 3 girls that were all into me, and they were all friends, and I'm not sure why they were exactly, because I was cripplingly socially inept. I had absolutely no sense of style. Like, I didn't have much going for me. Stay angry. What's up? Welcome. That's not a bad thing to have. But, and yeah, if you're doing an urban EDC kit, throw baby wipes in there. You'll thank yourself. But, you know, like, one of them, her whole life was just a sensory overload once you went to her house, and was like, I don't want that in my life. So I kind of kept that, you know, off the table. Another one, just also kind of a mess of a person. She's a good girl, just a mess. It's like, I don't want that. And the third one, just one day I was like, you know what? This dry spell's been going on for a while. I think I'm going to give her a shot. She was probably my best shot there of something decent happening. So I call her up and I was like, you want to go do something? So, I was straight up going to go back to my place and hook up with her, like, immediately. And she's like, yeah, sure. And this was when we were young enough that none of us had cars. So I walked down to her place, and that was probably like an hour and a half, 2 hours of walking. Not that far by car, just a long walk. And like where she was staying was one of those pay by the week motels. Kind of like a hybrid between a motel and a full apartment. And I'm kind of on the fence about that. But I get up there and I walk in, and her dad's like passed out drunk in front of the TV watching NASCAR. So like I'm a little bit more relaxed than I would have been otherwise, because I mean this dude's out cold. And I make a joke, and she's like, "You're being bad. Go to my room." In front of her dad. In front of her dad. He doesn't blink. He doesn't move a muscle. Not a sound comes out of him. So I was like, all right, game on. And I looked at her. I'm like, that's perfect, because I'm wearing your favorite cologne. She's like, what's that? I was like, hard on. Didn't know you could smell it, did you? And her dad don't even open his eyes. He's just like, get out of my house. So I looked at her, I looked at him, I'm like, all right, have a nice evening. And as soon as the door shut and I'm standing there on the porch, I'm just like, that was totally fucking worth it. Totally worth it. Like, it was worth the walk up there, it was worth the walk home. Like, that had to have been in like 1998 or 1999. Completely worth it. Like, I still think about that once in a while, obviously, to this damn day. This is 25 years ago. I don't know what happened to her. I lost touch with her not too long after that. Like, life just happened. And I don't know what happened to her. But I think you'll all agree with me. That was totally worth it. And one of the other girls in the group, like she was really hung up on me, and the woman where her life was just completely insane. And so like I couldn't have the rest of her life in my life. So I kind of kept that off the table. We floated around a little bit, but I wasn't about to go all the way there and get because I catch feelings like an idiot instantly. And she ended up taking my brother's V card, but still sent me a love letter after that. It's like, well, wow, no, this is a bit much. Cameraman Titan, what's going on? How you doing? We're cutting cardboard with this until the edge is wrecked, and then we're gonna play some more. So that's what's happening here. Oh, dude. So the pocket clip, hang on. We can go with something wider. Like, you see how this is a wider, heavier duty clip? We can go with this, the end rounded, and this a little bit higher, and then just a cutout of my channel logo on the pocket clip somewhere. But yeah, if I'm not mistaken, we got 8CR13 on this Camillus Keto. And when I bought this thing at Blade Show, I was hoping that Camillus would turn things around a little bit. If the rest of them are like this, God no, they did not. I've got the Camillus Cirque. You know what? A wire clip. Let's do a wire clip. I think I had said I wanted that earlier. Thank you for looking out for me. But yeah, I've still got the Cirque to check out. It looks like it might be a little bit nicer than this. I certainly hope it is. I got a soft spot for Camillus, just off of a couple of bangers they made years and years ago. But, that soft spot's kind of gone. They make, if you're buying a garbage, abandoned, abused knife, basically, these are better than most of it. Like, they're pretty decent, but they ain't great. It's like the wedge. That's a good abused and abandoned knife. The ergos aren't designed that well. The handle's not designed that well, but at least it's solid and it works well. All the parts are fit up good. Like, that part's good. The choff, that's another really good one to just use and abuse until you got to throw it out. It's really, really comfortable in the pocket. It's really comfortable in the on the hip, tucked in the waistband. It carries about as easily as a bug out in that regard. But, like the detent, not great. It's just one of those break and throw out type deals. Josh, I kind of want to try it, but you know the rule by now. Never offer to send me anything that you want back. It ain't coming back to you. I don't want that responsibility. I don't want to be on the hook if the post office loses it. And I procrastinate way too much. I'll say I'll get it in the mail, and it might be 6 to 12 weeks before I remember to actually get it in the mail. You know, the giveaway that's happening is just I'm going to have to follow through on getting it boxed up and the address on it, which will take me a couple days because I procrastinate. And then, thankfully, my wife's got my back, and she'll take it to the post office for me. All right, KO. I appreciate what you're doing for me here, man. I really do. Which, if y'all don't know, KO Knives is working on getting a knife designed based on my preferred parameters, basically. So that'll probably go to a company called Gin Knives, and we should get a prototype that I'll have in hand. But you know, we'd have to run it through Kickstarter and get funding for it. And then I want Gin to be the OEM because I want that to be a knife kit for around 40-ish bucks, or as close as we can get to that. You know, some of the things that oh yeah, I know what you're talking about. That would have been a marathon. That being said, I just don't want to send anything back. I don't want to be responsible for getting that back to anybody. I don't want that pressure on me. And I don't want to be on the hook if the post office loses it. Sorry. Like, as expensive as those things get, I don't want to be on the hook for that. Now, that being said, if anybody's looking to help out on something that is going to be a big-ass live stream, if I can get my hands on it, I am interested in raising funds for the Devo Fireball knife, which that's going to be $200 when it drops. That's S90V. And I do want to run the S90V through a Cardboard Slayer session for Kevin and Stassa. But, you know, I don't know if I'll have enough money for it when it drops. Because I think it's supposed to be dropping pretty soon, too. Which I'm pretty sure my PayPal is knivesiguess@gmail.com, because after the last live stream, who was it? Someone sent me €4 because of socks, which, if y'all don't know, for $2 I'll put socks on, and then for the next $2 I'll take them back off. Let's see. Hang on. Sharon, are you still in here, Sharon? I don't know if Sharon's still in here. All right, Sharon is a no-go at the moment. Brandon, you still in here? Trying to get a new face. Okay, so I want you to do me a favor. I want you to pick between the robot, the Grim Reaper, the Frankenstein, the Ninja, the Knight, the Mummy, the Alien, and the Scuba Guy. Pick one of those. Robot it is. Let's kick the stream off and get the property value lowered real quick. All right. We did the thing. I'm kind of surprised at some of the cuts on this edge already. Like, this thing cannot already be wearing down unless it had a burr I didn't feel earlier. Like the bevel grind on the edge. Luna Catharian, I hope I pronounced that right. We're cutting up cardboard until we destroy the edge on this thing is what we're doing. A little edge retention testing, learn more about these things, you know. See how decent the grind is, how decent the edge is, how decent the heat treatment is. Like, this is 8CR13, so I should get like 2.5 hours of cut time out of it before it craps out. Should. We'll see. I do not have a... Oh, Moses Waters, welcome. We have got a Camillus Keto, like some bottom tier trash. El Blanster, welcome. Clyde Frog, what's up? I do not have a Spyderco with a wire clip. The only wire clip I have is on the Devo Growler V2, and that is all the way upstairs across the house. However, just look up some wire clips online for reference. Like, wire clips are pretty much all the same. Thank you, Luna. Yeah, so, like, those of y'all that don't know, the Camillus lever lock. I bought one in, like, 1998, something like that, out of a mall knife dealer that was actually selling good knives and not Mall Ninja crap. It was a nice knife store. And, I've had that thing, and it gave me a huge soft spot for Camillus. And unfortunately, Camillus got sold and turned into some garbage. So at Blade Show, I saw new Camilluses, and I was like, hey, maybe these are better than they've been being. And yeah, this one's kind of trash. I've got the Camillus Cirque to test out later. And normally, I'd let y'all pick the knife I carry for the next week. Yeah, eating soap, at least your insides are nice and clean. They're nice and clean. Maybe when you drop a deuce, it smells like lavender and flowers. Or Irish Spring. But, yeah, just look up Spyderco clips, man. Yeah. So hopefully the Cirque is nicer than this one. I mean, it worked, but, like, the ergonomics in the pocket and everything else weren't comfortable. It's not well designed. So unfortunately, Camillus went a long way downhill. Oh, hey, nice. So we can call you Strawberry Shark Cake? Yeah, the only Spyderco I've got is the Tenacious, and it comes with that butt fugly, All right, we got a Strawberry Shark Cake in here. That's got that butt fugly Spyderco pocket clip that I hate. You know, otherwise, it's an okay knife. It's just way too expensive for 8CR13. That should have been 14C28N at minimum. At least 3. At least 3. No, we do these on the factory edge unless it's just not possible to do the factory edge. See how long it holds up? Right? Your butter better stay the fuck out of the freezer. Swear to God. I will come to your house. Oh, nice. Yeah, see, I was right. That's at least 3. But yeah, like, there have been a couple of knives where we couldn't run it on the factory edge. I either got them secondhand or the factory edge was too bad to start with. But, yeah, it was like, I've already carried this and done my review after a week of carry, but after this, there'll be a Cardboard Slayer Aftermath video letting you know what happened here. And it needs to be on the factory edge unless I just cannot have it on the factory edge. And then if the knife is cool enough, I'll go through and put a 17° per side mirrored edge on it. Depending on the steel, it might be 15 or 18. And go in again and see how much extra time you can get. Jerry Curl, what's up, brother? I mean, I am currently in your house. I'm an internet people. The edge is all right. But yeah, the 17° per side edge is mirrored, super highly polished, stropped to within an inch of its life. I do everything I can to make it extra sharp. And usually that will give me about an hour of extra time on this thing before the edge craps out, sometimes more. Like, this knife's not getting a second live stream. Anything we do here is going to be done on this stream. Just because this knife is not interesting enough to warrant another live stream. Shikai, I hope I pronounced that right. Welcome. Glad you're here. But we're seeing how long I can do this before the edge is just gone. Before we destroy the edge. And I'm hanging out with you guys. It's fun to hang out with you guys. This should be 8CR13. I'm pretty sure that's what it is. I don't have the packaging for it, so I'd have to look it up on the old gargles. Yeah, Camillus Keto. Very bottom of the barrel knife. Like, I'd rather have this than a lot of other knives that I've got, the really bad ones. But it ain't great. It's better than the Fox Edge that I just carried last week. But just about anything is better than that. My soap is very nice. My soap is very nice. But it's all mine to eat. I'm not sharing it. Yeah, like where I live in the last couple of years, pretty much anything goes as long as the blade is less than 12 inches long. But, the ergos right now are okay. We'll know more about the ergos in about an hour and a half, 2 hours here. Now, as far as carrying it in your pocket, trying to dig in your pocket and get anything around this, no, that sucks. Like if you're trying to go in your pocket, this thing right here on the dingus end, like your hand hits it, it is very annoying. And on this end, this dingus end right here catches on everything in your pocket when you're trying to get it out. Like it just absolutely sucks for that. Oh no. You're not stealing my soap and getting out of here alive. I'm dead serious about that. I take my soap very seriously. And Tony the Tiger, your day of reckoning has come. You have sinned one too many times. Daniel Guzman, what's up? Welcome. How you doing today? That's it. You're not stealing my soap and getting out of here alive. I take my soap very seriously. Y'all see that, right? I'm being threatened. I'm being threatened. Maxilla, what's going on? How you doing, man? No, you go get your own soap. You obviously know where to buy soap. You obviously know where to buy soap that tastes good. Evasive floppy disk, what's going on? He's been a member for 2 months. All right, Luna, I appreciate you being here. Thanks for your time. Just for you, evasive floppy disk? Only for you. Ka-chow. Do something with that. Dogs! I'm not doing a live tomorrow. The next live will be next Friday unless something happens. You'll see that Luna tried to steal my soap and left. What is happening with my life right now? What is happening with my life? I should actually be able to hang out at that live for a while, provided I'm awake long enough. I gotta go to work on Sunday. But I am off tomorrow. Like, I'm left to wonder how much yellow journalism went into most of the knife laws that we have. Like, I really do wonder. Is this like most of our drug laws were powered by yellow journalism back in the day? Oh, neat. Where to put it? Where to put it? I keep forgetting where I put the thing. Damn it, where's my Magnus? You guys, where did I put my Magnus? Oh, damn it. All right, well, I put that thing somewhere I can't find it. Cool. Oh, well. Yeah, I 100% didn't throw it in here. All right, well, whatever. I was going to do a funny, but I can't find it. Forget about it. Full Fire, are you in here, man? Welcome. Welcome back, man. How you doing? And Full Fire, I haven't forgotten you about the beads. I haven't forgotten you. I just haven't been in the shop because, like, I'll be honest, being at the new store is so much less stressful that, like, I've been falling asleep sitting up at night. Like, I've de-stressed so much. Full Fire gifted you. Speaking of which, in the next week or so here, I'm doing a members only giveaway for one of the knives that I've had for a minute. Because I don't have money to go buy a bunch of new knives. I don't. But I'm thinking either the Sin Cut Crowley or I might give away the cyber blade here. Speaking of which, full fire, you want to pick a figure out? Yeah, you guys, full fire comes in here a lot and does this with the gifting, so I owe him a handful of beads. I've got to get in the shop and make some more. All right, the Reaper it is. The edge cannot already be going out on this thing. Like, these cuts right here are indicative that the edge having some problems. No, I mean, I don't put beads in my butt. I don't. There we go. Yeah, we'll take a look at the edge in about 20 minutes here. Moses, thank you for the sub, man. I appreciate it. I said, if you haven't subbed, get in there and try to win a knife. And 1 week from today, I'm giving away 4 knives. I just posted the video for that a few hours ago. Mike Angelo, I'm doing great. How you doing, man? Hanging out with you guys, doing a live stream. All that is good. And let me tell y'all right now, like, I was not joking about how bad that fox edge is. God almighty. I am so glad I am done carrying that thing. I am so glad that week is over. You gotta think about how bad a knife has to be when it's a new knife to you and you don't even want to fidget with it. Like, how bad is that? Mark's Adventures, welcome. How you doing, man? So I don't know if you've been here before. You might have, but we're tearing up the edge on the Camillus Keto. Jesse Duncan, what's going on? The cutting cardboard is fun. It is. You know, and part of that is so I can actually do some kind of work with it and let you guys know how the edge took it. And part of it is just, you know, like older guys here. Older guys remember when it was always, don't cut up cardboard, you'll ruin your edge. You know, so that was the first thing I wanted to do with them. But we have got the Camillus Keto. I am 99% sure it's an ACR13. Which ACR13 usually does this for about 2.5 hours. I'm not sure what's happening with the edge here. We'll take a look at that in just a second. About 15 minutes here. Yeah, that's not good. This right here, this right here, this right here, that's not good. Not this early in the game. EWS Radio. No, Keto, not Cheeto. Keto, K-E-T-O. You know what? We're going to have to take a look at it. We're going to have to take a look at it. You can't tell me we've already put this much wear on it in like 45 minutes. No, this thing apparently needed the carbs. That is bad. Holy, hang on a minute. Bog standard, what's going on? Yeah, I found out throwing up is not the opposite of throwing down. I'm upset about that. All right. Really? Let me write this down. Let me write this down real quick. All right, so we're gonna check this out on a fresh sheet real quick. That is nuts. Okay, let me Ron Dobbins, what's going on? I am good. I am good. Evasive floppy disk. Evolve, sir. Let me look at this. I want to make sure this is HCR13. No, it's 420 stainless. According to Amazon, we got 420 stainless. That might be why it failed so fast. All right, so we're going to sharpen this thing. We're going to put a nice, clean, mirrored edge on it. We're going to go back in and see how fast that wears out. I think the only 420 stainless we have done is it just died. It just died. Like, watch this. Like, it died. It's been 45 minutes. 45. 4 followed by 5. So let's see what we can do with this. Nyar. No, it wasn't even an hour. Like, I don't think the only 420 we have done was that buck 110. That might have been 420. Ron Dobbins, thank you so much, man. So we're gonna get the precision adjust out. We're gonna sharpen this bad boy up. Oh, I put it right here. Come on. Okay. Yeah, no, that was unexpectedly fast. Now, if you're sharpening a knife and you tend to use the magic marker trick for the edge, use a dry erase marker instead. Way easier to clean up after the fact. Okay, 400 grit. All right, 220. We're going to go for, what do we think, 18 degrees? We're going to do 18 degrees. Give this thing a fighting chance. Holy crap. I don't think I've had something bite in this deep on it ever. Like, this is... No wonder the edge took a shit on us so fast. So this thing is worth every penny. It is worth every single penny. I've got, this was $120 for the elite version. This is the Camillus Keto, but this is $120. If you're gonna buy one, buy the elite. If you buy the baseline with just the 3 stones, you're gonna spend the rest of the money. It'll be $120 to get both stones on it. Get the elite. I'll tell you right now, this is already Hall of Shame performance. Yeah, this setup is pretty shaky. I'm on top of a shoebox under here. Yeah, brother, I need the help, man. You talk about you need help. Jesus Christ. KO Knives, you still in here, man? Thirsty Tree. We got 45 minutes on this edge before it crapped out. Before it crapped out. Vein Master, what's going on, dude? How you doing? Yeah, I think this might be the worst piece of steel we have done on here. The single worst. And I gotta tell you right now, I don't think I've had anything that this stone has bit into this hard. At all. Yeah, let me take a look at the current MSRP, or the asking price on the Keto. Travis, what's up, man? How you doing? Banksy, what's going on? Oh, whoo. Hurricane. So on Amazon, I'm gonna let you look at this, and I'm gonna let you think about that. 3104. And 420 stainless. I think I paid 20. What would I say this is equivalent to? This is a little bit worse than 4116. This is a little bit worse than 4116. That's how it is. You know, this is enough to make you break the 11th commandment. Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's knife. So I love this system. It was worth every penny I spent on it. Right, Travis? Right? But yeah, this is worth every penny. Like, I need more practice. If this thing dies quickly again, then we're gonna practice some hand sharpening. All right. Because I did some hand sharpening on the last live stream, but I thought I was getting really bad cuts and jumped the gun on resharpening. This thing lasted 45 minutes and the edge crapped out hard. Camillus knives are apparently that bad. I have got the Cirque to check out. That's in D2. Hopefully it does better. Hopefully. Like, Camillus has got a reputation for making bad knives now. They got a reputation for their quality getting slam dunked in the toilet after the company got bought. Yeah, because this is apparently 420 stainless, and I've never had the stones bite in this hard on a knife and provide this much resistance to this thing being pushed. Kyle Heck, what's going on, man? Thank you so much. Is it sock time or is it figure time? Do you want socks or do you want a figure? All right, figure it is. Which one do you want? My problem is I can't bolt this down to the table I'm working on because I have to put cardboard on here and cut. So I got to find workarounds. The healing box put this up like a quarter-inch away from the phone, so this is so much better than it was. I'm not feeling that much of a burr, and I've removed quite a bit of steel from this thing. So it's time to move on to the 320. But let's get the alien out. Thank you for the super chat. Grim Roten, what's up? You got one of these? Sweet. Which one you got? Oh, it got a butt face. I got excited for a second. Oh, nice. You mean the Ozark Trail dropout, Jerry? But yeah, I mean, that's the thing is like, I'm hoping Jen might be willing to help you out on getting the design finished up now that you got like the basic shape put together and all the basic parameters in there. They might not, but I'm kind of hoping. Oh, okay. Weird. I have removed so much steel on this and it doesn't feel sharp at all. Like, we should have a clean apex here. I tell you what, we are about to break out that fucking belt grinder if this thing keeps going like this. Never mind, I got a good drag on that. We're getting sharp. The best kitchen knife? Brother, I do not know. I don't mess with kitchen knives. Maybe one of these guys knows more than I do. I fucking hate cooking. I'm good at it, but I hate it. About the only time I use a kitchen knife is just to cut packages open, and I've got a Ganzo folding knife in the kitchen for that. That part of the blade just drags so damn much more. Fook, what is going on, dude? What is up? So we got 45 minutes on this edge before it totally crapped out. Like before it crapped out. Like, this is a Hall of Shamer. Sam Cloutier, Lumen, what's going on, guys? How are y'all doing? I don't think the Mayhem can really count as a grail knife because it's still very affordable for most people, and I was able to get it. Like, they're easy to get. You just need a few bucks. But right now, what I would call a grail is the Hogue Misto. That's the one that... Like, I'm scared they're going to stop selling it before I've got the money to get one. But if y'all are cool with it, because I'm not sure how else I'm going to be able to pick it up, y'all's super chats for the month, if I can get them in soon enough. Otherwise, PayPal, if y'all want to help out, for the Devo Stasa 23 Fireball. right? No. Like, I am very happy I was able to finally get my damn Mayhem. But yeah, if y'all are in the mood to help a brother out with the Fireball, the Devo Stassa 23 Fireball, PayPal would be awesome. It's supposed to drop sometime this month, and I don't think this month's super chats are going to get here in time. If not, no pressure. Definitely no hard feelings. I really don't want to miss that drop, and I do not have the funding for it otherwise. And I want to give you guys an S90V live stream. Nice. Yeah, Nitro V is interesting. I was led to believe it'd be fairly comparable to their 154 CM. It's not. But I mean, it still did like 4 hours of cutting, which is definitely good enough for your average user, your average home gamer. But yeah, Zero Tolerance is on my list. ZTO 350. Definitely want to carry one of those. But right now, my priority is just trying to get my hands on the Fireball, which that thing is going to be like $200 when it drops. They estimated dropping this month last time I reached out. Let me see. I don't know if I can check my Gmail on this. October 17th at 1 p.m. EST. So I got till reach out to me full fire because I've already got to send you some stuff anyways. But yeah, the Fireball will drop on the 17th of October. So I've got a little bit of time, and maybe this month's super chats and everything will cover it. If you guys are okay with me buying that for myself with the super chat money. Yeah, like I said, reach out to me via email, because I can trade you beads for that and not feel so bad about it. And yeah, I need to drop by Walmart and take a look at the Swiss Techs and see if they are like out of price range expensive. Yeah, like I'll go ahead and get. Hey, beautiful. I'll go ahead and get most of the rest of the beads that I made bagged up for you and send them out with the giveaway knives. I just got to throw a bead in each of the giveaway knives. Yeah, I've got the Swiss Tech Werdig. I like that one a lot. So we found the worst steal so far on a knife that we've done. This thing ate 45 minutes of cardboard before it gave up.
Which thing? The Mayhem?
No.
Because I was like, that's a guy.
No, this Camillus from Blade Show,
Uh-huh.
the worst steel we've done so far.
Really?
Yeah, I wouldn't be sharpening this before like 9 p.m. If it was actually decent steel.
Oh. I got you a present. If you want me to take it back, I will, but I thought since it was a special edition.
Oh, wow. You guys, look what the wife picked up for me while she was at work.
I thought that would be a good excuse to buy it.
Yeah, no, that's very cool.
Okay, yay.
You guys see that? Zero Bites, what's up? Yeah, 45 minutes. 45 minutes on this. It did worse than 4116. Worse than 4116. Like, if the only Devos I have are 2 prototypes. Now, if y'all didn't see my community post earlier, Stassa23 saw my video on that, on the Fireball prototype. He saw my video on that. So that was really cool. Yeah, like, I don't watch a lot of knife content on YouTube anymore. It just gets really hard to watch it when you're doing this all the time. It really does. But, like, I'll sit down and watch a Stassa video once in a while. Just, I like the dude's vibe. All right, that ought to be good enough for the girls I've gone out with. Let's drop it. But yeah, like I always played a great sword guy, like just a fighter with a big ass sword, and I've always had fun with that. Just battle, clunk, and oh, I wish I still had my cards too, dude. Like, I got 10 grand out of my collection from a vendor, so it's probably worth closer to $40,000 at that time. Or what did I get? I got a lot out of that collection. If I would have sold it now, it probably would have been like $70,000 or $80,000 worth of cards. Just because I'd been collecting and horse trading since the days of Ice Age. Okay, let's wipe this thing down. Anima de Machina, what's up? Yeah, they are fantastic sharpeners. I love them to death. I am so glad I bought mine. We have got a decent burr on this thing. So yeah, my collection, after my divorce, I couldn't find a job to save my damn life. And I didn't have anybody to play with. And the shop nearest me, I walked in there, and it was packed with 9-year-olds that bought their decks with their parents' money, and they had the worst fucking attitudes I've ever seen. I was like, well, I'm not playing here because I will come across the table on one of these little shits. And I just ended up selling it for the money because I was just that damn broke. I regret it now. Because, like, I was a fucking monster at building decks. Yeah, well, I mean, alive and kicking. What's up? Welcome back, dude. But so the shop that I played at was one of the best shops in Georgia to play at. Like, everybody there was really good. And I learned how to build my own decks. I didn't metagame. I built my own decks from scratch. You know, I didn't do the whole build a web deck from the World Championships or something. And I learned how to fuck those decks up pretty bad just because I was staying right outside the metagame, but I had just exactly the right tools to fuck those things up. And we had... That's not black. But, no, so... we had a team at that shop. It was like 5 guys that teamed up, pulled their collection, teamed up, and their goal was to strip all the prize support out of the shop every week. So I made it my job to fuck their asses up. and I was first or second place every single week. Like, they either had to adjust their deck for mine and then lose to other web decks, other World Championship decks, or they had to keep their builds for those other decks and just roll the dice and take their chances against me. They hated it. This thing, no, it's pretty trash. It's pretty trash. Like, it's a tactical tape popper on a good day. But, they would have to, leave their decks alone for other decks. And they absolutely hated it. They fucking hated it. Like, they were conceding games to each other to try to figure out who had the best chance of beating me. And their odds were still 50-50. Tiger Stripe. And you want another figure? But yeah, definitely Tiger Stripe. So we do have the burr broken off now. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I got that when he asked. Or I got that with the super chat, but yeah, no, Tiger Stripe for sure. All right. I think we're going to go with the Ninja. That one doesn't get enough love. Yeah, so if I can push up around 200 in super chats and all that this month, I'll set an alarm for 1 o'clock on October 17th and go ahead and pick one up. 'Cause I'll be honest, that 80s camo on that has really got me by the short and curlies. I mean, you'd be surprised to hear this, but the Fox Edge is a little trash. Just like this one now. Like, if there was a way to wipe my ass with a knife, I'd do it. Oh, I played Destiny 2 for eons. Like, I really went in on that. And then they just ruined the game. Like, sadly, Bungie fucked that whole game up so bad. Oh, yeah. That's kind of how Fortnite does. Fortnite, if you don't know, is just layers of dried paint from automotive booths, spray booths. And it does kind of the same thing. Like, you get a ton of patterns out of it whenever you grind into it. Okay, that gets rid of the burr. Let's be safe. Yeah, if you can get a large enough piece of that that you can make a scale out of, absolutely. Huh. Huh. So what, you're trying to just get a Cerakote coating on the blade that has the layers on it? Because like what's going to happen is if you grind down to a Cerakote coating thin enough to be qualified for a knife, it's just going to be that first color that got sprayed. Well, and I mean, the thing with Destiny 2 is Bungie kept blaming Activision for their problems and left Activision. And then as Bungie, they fucked the whole game up. Like, they ruined it. Pretty sure I got the burr off completely. Yeah, I said, the only thing I can see with that really is when you get it down to that layer that's thin enough to be acceptable for a knife, you're just down to that first color that you sprayed. But, you know, like, I paid for the full game like 3 fucking times trying to keep up with it. And finally they're like, yeah, we're taking away a lot of content, we're vaulting it, and you got to pay another $100 for the full game. Again, it's like, no. No, fuck you, fuck your mom, fuck your grandma. Fuck everything you stand for. So yeah, I think we've got a pretty good edge on this thing now. All right. The blade is good for another 45 minutes. Freedom and Liberty, what's going on? How you doing? How you doing, man? Welcome. Yeah, we are dicing up cardboard until the edge fails. This thing already failed at the 45-minute mark, so we just sharpened it up and mirrored the edge out. Like, that edge is mirrored, and we're going to start in on this as soon as I enjoy some emotional support sweet tea. Blade and Wales, what's going on? Oh, yes, dude, I swear some. I am not friend. On my regular videos, I don't swear. However, on my live streams, I swear because I am being more of my natural self instead of being on, you know, having my on-camera personality going, because I could not maintain that for a long time. Emotional support sweet tea. This is a public sweet tea, and this stuff could cure cancer. I guarantee it. Yeah. Some. No. So I got deposited in Georgia at the age of, like, at the ripe old age of 4 years old. I have been in Georgia for 40 years. I am pretty much a Georgia native. So yeah, like if you're watching with your kids or something, I will apologize, but I'm not going to correct the behavior. Well, I've got my emotional support scented candle, and I've got tonight's emotional support caffeine, which if you have this stuff, get it. The Fuji apple is the truth. Jesus Christ, this stuff is good. Okay, so let's give this 3 more minutes so we got a clean start at 6:25 Eastern. And we'll go in and see how much longer it lasts. Believe it or not, it's not condensation, it's the texture on the bottle. Like, this is not condensation. This is just the texture of the bottle in this area and on top a little bit. Like, there's not even a wet spot on the table. Oh. Okay, I got where you're going with that now. I'm smoking what you're rolling. Yeah, my Eastern time. Well, we got someone in here from Croatia right now. He's on metric time. But yeah, we got my emotional support nicotine right here. Everything is emotional support. Everything is emotional support. Yeah. And what the hell was I gonna say? I lost track of my thoughts. See? Metric time. Told you. It is midnight and 23 minutes where he's at. Like, alive and kicking. He comes in here. He is in here late as hell for him, man. I always appreciate that. Like, that is some dedication. Yeah. Everything is emotional support here. And I'm trying something new out with this. I've got 6% vanilla cupcake and 3% cinnamon Danish swirl. So I'm trying to get coffee cake out of this. I'm trying to get a good coffee cake going on, but I'm still getting the last of the juice from out of the coils. Like, I've got 3 of them mixed up in here, trying to use up the last of my bottles that I had upstairs. All right, let's go back in. 6:25 start time. This cinnamon Danish swirl doesn't. The Capella cinnamon Danish swirl does not eat up coils. One of my go-to flavors, it's a 6% Flavor Apprentice vanilla bean ice cream and 3% Capella cinnamon Danish swirl, and I can run that for a month and my coils will still be okay. The callus goes all the way through here. I don't know if you can see it. And then there's another callus right here. So yeah, I'm developing a callus. The fireball is 200. So we're trying to save up 200 over the course of this month. Through super chats, ad revenue, all that. Which hopefully that's doable. The last month's live stream stuff, that was enough to buy us the best edge sharpness tester, or the edge on up sharpness tester. So we are going to have that, and we'll have better feedback on how the edge is actually doing over the course of a live stream on that. Now it's cutting like it's supposed to, so maybe we just had to get past a garbage factory edge. I tried working with making some menthol on my own, and if you're doing it on yourself, you better be making like 2 or 3 liters at a time, because if you try to do a smaller batch, like I make my 30 ml bottles one at a time, and I grew a crystal farm in my tank. Luckily, the glass didn't have any scratches on the inside or the tank would have shattered. No, I think they might have turned a blind apprentice loose with a dull chisel at 4:45 on Friday to get this edge on here. Well, no, like most knives I get have a good factory edge. This thing felt like a decent factory edge before going into it. If y'all were here when the stream started, this thing did the paper cut pretty well. You know, and of course, it might be better heat treated a little bit farther past the edge. Because there are knives where you got to sharpen them like 3, 4, 5 times before you get into the best steel on them. Which this might be one of those. Give me a second here. E-Dogs Cards. I hope I got that right. Welcome, man. Thank you for coming in. So the purpose here is to see how long it takes to mess the edge up. We got 45 minutes on this one, which is unusual. Normally we get about... Normally our minimum is about 2.5 hours. This one was trash. But we just sharpened it and we're going back in. And of course the other purpose here is I get to hang out with you guys while I'm doing this, and that's always fun. Edgar the cameraman? Oh God, I don't know. I still kind of want to know what happened. Like, one of the first live streams I did, some dude drops in and he's like, I just cut off my hand and vanished and never came back. I want to know what that dude's doing now. I'm solving our homeless problem by taking away their housing. That's what I'm doing. And Tony the Tiger, you are still paying for your crimes against humanity. I said, I know Camillus got bought by one of those absolute trash companies, so their stuff turned into trash. But, God. Like, if I bought something out like Ontario or Camillus myself, I'd be, definitely pushing the quality up. Partly so I can push the prices up and get a better profit margin. And part of it is I'd like to be proud of a brand that I owned. It's like, seriously, Amazon, $31. That's a 3 followed by a 1. That's American dollars. All right? Yeah, no, profit is definitely above pride. Like, if they are actually getting 31 bucks a pop for this, somebody's profit margin is huge. I said, I paid like 24 at a Blade Show, but I also didn't buy this with the expectation that it was going to be super great, but I did expect a bit better than this. Bro, what did you buy? A Lotto with no engine or wheels or doors? Did you buy a brand new Yugo? Like, what the hell did you get for $35? Did you buy Joe X's old car? Well, no. I'd love to get a company going under the Knives I Guess name. I don't have the money to do that. Like, I believe it was the guy that owns Jack Wolf Knives. I believe it was him, but he's talking about, like, it costs tens of thousands of dollars to get a knife out in production, and you were taking a giant risk on that. It just paid off for him. Mavio Bill, what's going on, man? I've got an AD-15 Lite. I'm looking forward to carrying that, doing the review and doing Cardboard Slayer on it. I really am. Bro. I bet that thing was a shitload of fun to drive, man. I bet that was a lot of fun to drive. Like, that's the kind of thing that I would definitely drive into the woods just to play around. Yeah, like, one of my ex-wife's friends, her husband, had like a line of barely running cars on the back of his property, and every time we go over there, he'd just grab one, we'd take it out, we'd drive through the woods with it, we'd go out in the pasture cutting donuts and jumping off of small hills. Like, it was a ton of fun. My favorite was the '89 Honda Civic. That was a blast. Yeah, he probably did the smart thing there. Like, I imagine a Yugo with a Mustang engine in it would be incredibly hard to control. Like, if you guys watch Tavares, the Yugo he went through and beefed up and made better, still very hard to drive. Like, you're talking about dumping a lot of time and money into making one of those good enough for a Mustang engine. Just right out the gate. Clorox? More like going in the toilet wand. It already goes in the toilet. I don't have a dad joke for that one. Aiden Miguel, what's going on, dude? Thank you so much, brother. Thank you. You want to pick a figure out? We've got the ninja, the Frankenstein, the robot, the Grim Reaper, the mummy, the knight, the scuba guy, or the alien. But bro, thank you, man. That is huge. That is a large super chat. I appreciate it so much. I think now would be the time to load up Primus's mushroom min. I'll be honest. I never did mushrooms, but I imagine that's a motherfucker of an experience. Yeah, it's like, I used to listen to Frizzle Fry by Primus, that album, while I was huffing lighter fluid, and that in itself was an experience. I'd be slammed full of Ronson lighter fluid, tripping balls and listening to that. Oh god, that was good. Especially Frizzle Fry itself, the song. Jesus Christ, that was good while you're huffing lighter fluid. And in case you think, in case you think I'm joking, I am absolutely not. Inside don't work so good. Like, usually it'll be rectum, penis, or ball sack. But rectum tends to work a lot better for making stuff weird. If I've pinned down enough of your personality, I would say you might want to give the what the fuck is the name of the album? It's the one that's got pork. It's the one that's got, yeah, I think it's Pork Soda. Like, it's been so many years since I've like used CDs that I forget entire album names. But yeah, it's Pork Soda. You should probably check that one out. My Name is Mud is one of their all-time classics. Or go for Sailing the Seas of Cheese. Yeah. Mizat Lot, I hope I pronounced that right. Welcome. Thank you for coming in. So one of our guys here just said he's about to hit liftoff off of some mushrooms, so we're talking about Primus. That's what happened. And then we're talking about my experiences listening to Primus while I was huffing Ronson's lighter fluid. Yes. Not only does he do the South Park theme, he does the background music for it, and also he invented that instrument that he's playing when they updated it to include the whamola. As a matter of fact, that song is whamola with South Park lyrics on top of it. So if you want to hear the song without lyrics, just the song is called whamola. And the instrument he invented for that is called the whamola. Nannerfoo, what's going on? I haven't carved austerity into it, but I am making Clorox pay for their crimes against humanity. But no, thank you for coming in from Ireland, man. I love having international guys here. So tonight, so far, we've gotten Croatia and we've got Ireland. Now, one thing we have done is applied some austerity and severe punishment to the edge. We went out on the factory edge, and this took 45 minutes. All right, normally our minimum is 2 to 2.5 hours. 4116 was about an hour. The mystery steel on the $5 Ozark Trail access locks. Those lasted about an hour. So I think this might be, aside from this piece of shit Swiss Army knife clone, which aside from this thing, This is the worst we've ever tested at like 15 minutes of cut time, but no one expected anything out of this. It is a piece of trash I found laying on a golf course. It's not quite Les Claypool style, but I do see where you're coming from. I think that opening, that burp-ding, 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 I think Les Claypool could have come up with something very, very similar. I would believe that maybe he played a part in that. I will say, like, new Primus and new Les Claypool, I'm not so big of a fan of. Like, I get it. Artists mature, their lifestyles change, what they're doing changes. But it doesn't do it for me. Like, I miss Les Claypool at his coked out best. Like, when Les Claypool's shit was really, really wild, we really needed him to cover anemia. We got so close. There's like 15 seconds of concert footage where he played the briefest little snippet of it. We needed a good Primus cover of Tool when Les Claypool was kind of at his prime. I think Les Claypool has influenced pretty much every bass player except someone trying to be pretentious. Yeah, no. I like listening to Metallica talking about Les Claypool trying out for Metallica. It's all right to fear the worm. But I mean, like I said, can you just imagine what Primus covered? Because Primus did cover Metallica. Primus did cover Metallica. They did a cover of The Thing That Should Not Be. That is fantastic. Like, I will never go back to my old way of life, but I wish to God that existed when I was huffing lighter fluid. Yeah, you know, and that happens to a lot of artists. Like, you know, you can't hang with the young guys when you're like 50, 55, 50 years old. Like, those days are kind of behind you for most people. You know, it's like less Metallica doing Saint Anger. We're gonna try this one. Bonefang and Intalancy. I tried, but welcome. Thank you for being here. Yeah, Jerry Was a Race Car Driver is one of the best things ever made. The whole Sailing Seas of Cheese album is absolutely amazing. But yeah, like Metallica with Saint Anger, you can tell they were trying to keep up with the young guys and like update it to make a newer sound. It's like, that's not you guys. You remember your place. All right, Fook, we'll see you in a little bit. Well, I mean, we went to Metallica, Korn, Kid Rock, System of a Down, and Power Man 5000, and people in the crowd were just, me and like 4 of our friends were just pushing each other. Like the tamest mosh pit in human history. We're just pushing each other around. No one's throwing punches, no one's running and slamming into each other, no one is bothering anybody. And guys in the crowd like grabbed one of my friends and yanked him out. I need to stop doing that. It's like, what the fuck? You're shitting me right now, aren't you? Marquita Thornton, what's going on? Welcome. Jabari? We'll go with that. All right, Jerry Curl, see you in a little bit. Oh, God. Timu Mosh Pit took me a half a second there, dude. Oh, man, that was good. Jesus. Oh, man. Just the fact that that took me half a second, too, makes it so much better. Hey, I did give you a shout out. Timu Mosh Pit. Oh my god. All right, Brandon. I still appreciate you hanging out and lurking. But like, and did you guys hear what the new Linkin Park sounds like? Because I am not a fan. Sorry, it sounds like someone who sounds nothing like Chester Bennington to try to sound like Chester Bennington. Like, I'm not sure I would have liked someone replacing Chester anyways in Linkin Park. Just, I think that's something that shouldn't have happened. I think maybe they should have started a different band under a different name, different project. I think that probably could have been good for everybody. Because, like, trying to replace Chester Bennington is not going to happen. Like, I'm not 100% sure I appreciate the attempt, you know? It's time to swap boxes out. Thank God. Like, some of you guys that weren't here, I don't know what group you're talking about, but I ain't joining shit. Hey, Punisher, you know what you got to do, brother. You in here still? Well, no, it's... Woohoo! Punisher, you got your first kill. But, oh no, it's the new girl. Doesn't work. Yeah, it's just, it's not Linkin Park, all right? It's not Linkin Park without Chester. It's not. It can't be. It's like if Mike Shinoda would have come out and said, hey, we're starting a new project with the rest of the band. We want to get out and play again. And they, you know, covered Linkin Park while they were doing their thing. That would have been fine. That would have been fine. And I saw part of that, but I didn't get the full story. But that is well beyond fucked up right there. And I'll be honest, if I was in their shoes, I would have steered way clear of that controversy. Just like, nope, you are contaminated. You will contaminate the rest of us. Like, so many bad decisions went into that in one go. Like, I'm trying to think who could have done a good job with a new project with the rest of Linkin Park, the Linkin Park lineup. Well, no, Alice in Chains did come back because they had Check My Brain. I fucking love that song. Your Decision, I love that song. It makes me profoundly sad. First place my head goes is losing my uncle. But, you know, it's a great song. Like, they got some new stuff post Lane Staley. Granted, it was done a long time ago, but it's out there. John Odin 3, I hope I pronounced that right. Welcome. No, this makes it dull. We're seeing how long it takes. I have already stopped and sharpened this because it lasted 45 minutes, which is like the worst performance we've gotten out of a knife. So we're seeing how long the new edge holds up. Yeah, like it is possible to come back with a different vocalist. It's possible. Now, trying to replace Chester Bennington is more like trying to replace Bruce Dickinson in Iron Maiden. That's the way I'd put that. It's more like trying to replace Bruce. Yeah, we are trying to wreck this edge. But that's more like trying to replace Bruce Dickinson in Iron Maiden. You know? Can you imagine how bad that would end up? And Bruce Dickinson replaced Iron Maiden's original vocalist. I don't even know that guy's name, but the album Killers has got a lot of good stuff on it. Like, it's got good stuff on it, but it's not Bruce Dickinson Iron Maiden. It's before Bruce Dickinson. Yeah, that's another good example. I mean, Typo Negative has some songs that I won't ever live without again. But, you know, their stuff was like a couple of really good bangers, and the other stuff is like, it's just not for me. You know, which is most bands that I get into. There's a couple things that I absolutely love with them, and the rest of it's like, it's not for me. I can tell it's all right, but it's not for me. I think that's most people, though. The ones that did hit, the ones that hit were Instant Connection. You know, Instant Connection. You know, and I'm not too pretentious to say the stuff that I like is the stuff that most people like. My Girlfriend's Girlfriend, Black Number One, We Hate Everyone, the September Sun. There was another one. Might be Christian Woman. I'm not sure. I'd have to look through my playlist. Yeah, I had October Rust. See, like I need to trawl through more of their catalog and try to find more stuff that I really like. That always scares me. That always scares me. But it's also kind of one of those things where I don't have really the free time to commit to that. Not the way I'd need to. You know, so I'll go for like an Ancient Warfare or Ancient Warriors or Ancient, you know, that I'll go for documentaries on that. That'll knock me out pretty fast. World War II documentaries, stuff like that. That'll knock me out. That also tells you I am approaching middle age rapidly. Yeah, like the Misfits kind of survived after Danzig left. You know, I think the album I had there was Famous Monsters, and honestly, Dig Up Her Bones is a very old favorite of mine. That's just a great song. I don't give a shit who you are. Great. We talk about music and the number of viewers just starts dropping farther and farther. Blinded Starflight, what's up? Welcome back. Welcome back. So the OG Misfits. I had a 4-disc set that had pretty much everything they ever did on it. I loved almost all of it. I did. That set got damaged and then lost. A friend of mine with no respect for other people's possessions or property pulled it out of my CD player, which was part of the Alanis Morissette saga of my life, and just stacked it with a bunch of other ones and put a big ass scratch on it and ruined one of the discs. I am still butthurt about that. However, the guy is no longer with us, so I can't call him and give him shit about it. Mediocre, welcome back. And we'll see you in a little bit. $18.99 is not bad. So we went from 220 through 800 grit and then used a ceramic polishing stone. And then I stropped it 28 micron diamond paste, 14 micron, 10 micron, 5 micron, 2.5 micron. So it's gone through a pretty lengthy sharpening process. The one I'm listening to, the song I'm listening to the most right now is Murdergram Dew, Eminem and LL Cool J. One thing I did not have on my 2024 bingo card was LL Cool J coming out with that. Oh my God. Yeah, Dr. Disrespect, Jesus Christ. Did you see where he's like coming back with content and statements now saying that he was just using his grooming for media trolling and seeing if they take the bait? I never checked out Greta Van Fleet. Apparently, I should have given this live stream a title. That seems to draw in more people. I wonder. Let's try something. I don't have a way to edit the title, unfortunately, so it looks like it's going to just be a lower turnout than usual. A little bit of a bummer, but not that bad. Yeah, that was the thing I heard about Greta Van Fleet, is they sound like Led Zeppelin, basically. I tell you what, though, if you want to hear some shit, look up Nea Bliviscaris. There's a song called And Plague Flowers the Kaleidoscope. There's also Equus, and I forget the other one that I downloaded. But you got a metal band there, and it is so unique. And it's like everything they do is so well put together that the Sydney Conservatory uses those guys to teach music composition. Well, I think Greta Van Fleet's entire identity is they sound like Led Zeppelin to the point that they're probably never going to be able to get away from it. Yeah, at all. Yeah, we're doing way better on the edge than we were. So it looks like we may have just had a shit factory edge. Which also, it might have had a burr on it that I didn't knock off. Which, of course, factory edge, I'm not touching the edge until we wear it out. But this is doing a lot better than it did. I take that back. We had worse knives. What was the one we had that did 15 minutes? That was the last one, wasn't it? What was our last live stream, guys? So we had one that just on the factory edge did 15 minutes. Yeah, the little Cold Steel knockoff. That's right. That did worse than this one did. Yeah, so I'm going to write that down so I can remember it later. Okay. So, like, I will forget a lot of this stuff. Scott PW, what's up? Welcome, man. Yeah, like, I will forget everything that was important here about 20 minutes after we finish the live stream. So, I've started writing stuff down so I don't have to draw a blank and spend an hour remembering everything. You know what's funny is now that I've got it, nobody comes in here asking what my favorite knife is so far. Like, that was nice on that last live stream. ASMR portion. You like that, don't you? You're dirty. You like that. How I do highlight, I'm not sure what you're asking about there. Highlight, and I have no idea, dude. Like, again, I'm not sure what you're looking for here. You talking about your name being blue? I'm not sure what you do in chat. Oh, gotcha that. you're not going to see where you highlighted it. I've never really gotten that to work right. Yeah, like it looks normal on my screen when I do that, and it looks normal on the screen that I'm recording this on because I'm watching this on my alt account so I can self-moderate too. For some reason, it doesn't work for me. Like, does your name appear highlighted on yours? That's what it is. I thought I had it. Yeah, it still doesn't. Do you see your name highlighted, illumined? Because I'm not seeing it on either one of my screens. I'm already starting to see some problem areas. This ain't good. It's been, what, 35 minutes? All right, we are at the 2-hour mark. I'm going to give my hand a rest for like 2 minutes here, and then I got a treat for you because you know I spoil you guys. That chat went dead. Dead. Oh, wow. So this thing is just D&D. That is very cool. That is very cool. Nah, you're good, dude. Deadopotamus. So I think we've gotten, what, about 40, 35 minutes of cut time so far. Yeah, I have not seen Beetlejuice in at least a decade. At least a decade. Um, before you said anything, I would have known that name off the back of my head. Yeah, I said I haven't seen that in like well over a decade, man. It's pizza time because I spoil you guys. Yeah, Euronymous. Oh wow. Like, as I know, Varg Vikernes had some part in it, but that whole scene was insane. I don't think it was Euronymous' physical remains, but I know there was one band where one of their members checked out from reality. And so one of the guys in the band used a piece of his skull to make a necklace. I have never actually experienced Jimmy John's. I know nothing of Jimmy John's at all. Not a thing. I'll tell you what. I don't know how much longer I'm going to have to extend this live stream to hit 26,000 views again. Hopefully those days are not long gone. Yeah. God, I love my trivia golem. I like that you know so many of the same things I do, but better. Yeah, the box is at least a week old now. Might be a week and a half old. But every time we kill a couple of these, I put the boxes away so that I can do the pizza box for you guys on the stream. Uh-oh. That was a huge snag. Are you fixing to tell me we only get about 45 minutes out of this again? You better not tell me that, or so help me God. You better not tell me we're only getting 40 minutes out of this again. Because, like, my next stop is hand sharpening. Try that out. Get a bit more practice on it. Yeah, but here's the thing. Like, 90 some odd percent of the time, if I know something sort of obscure, Punisher also knows about it. It's like kind of all over the place, too. Yeah, I mean, this will be good for sharpening practice once it's wiped out again. But yeah, like, this is the primary contact surface is definitely showing some significant wear now. Yeah, we're checking the edge after this. I'll bet you good money that snag is back. Wow. Let's see if I push it farther back on the knife where the edge is a bit cleaner. Three, three, three. Pretty sure I got the right number of them. Jim Yoakum. Yeah, it's just I'm not good. I'm not that good at hand sharpening yet, so I'll take the opportunities to practice. We've already sharpened this once. All right, we put an 18-degree mirrored edge on this thing, so we should be doing better after 45 minutes than we are. And believe me, my stropping is not light. I have got 5 strops full of diamond paste going from 28 micron down to 2.5 micron. So like my stropping could sharpen this up to almost brand new again. Wow, we going there at 333 because we know how to swing a band hammer. We are not taking that shit. Ah, dude, you didn't let KO do it. No, it's not tough for cardboard. It's just this. You kind of push through and get into clean steel. Yeah, Punisher's swinging tonight. Like, I took the last one KO could have gotten. Yeah, normally the pizza box cuts pretty well on a good edge. He just came in, he called the mods losers, and I'm like, hey, you about to get the band hammer, buddy? And Punisher's like, fuck it, I'm swinging. Yeah, let me finish this panel off and we'll get the copy paper out. I don't know, but I know some streams you can get away with that kind of bullshit just because it's probably not going to be seen. That was good. The way I've been doing this is every time I do sharpen like that, we get more cut timing out of the edge. Like we've taken a ACR from 2.5 hours out to about 4 hours of doing this. We've taken the D2 on the Ozark Trail dropout from 7 hours to I had to call it at 8 hours because I was too tired. We've taken D2, I think, out to about 5 hours from 4. Like it does work. Oh no, there are streams, I believe the Mattisfaction stream, if you drop by there, literally every single person watching is a mod. Like, they just make you a mod the second you come in. So there's a couple streams I drop by. They make everybody that comes in a mod. Everybody. Okay, so Ben Roberts, welcome. You asked the question. Smith & Wesson, I don't have any of their tools, but I have some of their knives, and I've handled a lot of their knives. They are some of the worst trash you can buy. All right, Smith & Wesson just slaps their name on stuff that's not even good enough for a flea market and sends it out the door. Like, they're not making knives, they're just branding garbage, basically, and you're buying it because it's got the Smith & Wesson name on it. Alicia Parr, welcome back. What's going on? Yeah, it's the weirdest thing. Mine kept their edges. So I don't know what happened with mine. I don't. But, yeah, just Smith & Wesson. Those are terrible knives consistently. I've got one here that I absolutely hated every second of carrying and using. And most of the Smith & Wesson knives that guys have had on them are either completely trashed and like the frame will be broken and stuff like that, or you handle them and it's just like, Jesus Christ, this does not feel good. Yeah, I'd say she's pretty cooked. Zach, what's up? What's up? What's up? All right, so we're going to call this at a second 45-minute run. The steel just does not like life at all. Let's get out the hand sharpening gear. My apologies if this makes unpleasant sounds. Engage the cyber blade. No, as this is a Camillus Keto. It's already pretty sure it was going to be trash, and it was. Yeah, like I said, I mean, some guys aren't that offended by them. However, like a truly, truly garbage knife that I can't find a redeeming quality on besides maybe a decent edge out of the box. Nope. Let's get on top of this thing a little bit more. Yeah, we're on 200 grit right now, and this thing is just crap steel, so it's gonna be hogging off material fast. I'm getting a pretty even bevel all the way across. I like that. Yeah, so I saw that bench stone at Blade Show, and I don't hand sharpen enough yet to justify spending the money on it. Aw, is a good dog. Does anyone remember that old video of the pug that says Batman? Not quite getting enough material hogged off here. That one I don't remember, no. Doubles are close enough. It lasted about another 45 minutes and crapped out. onto the 300 grit side. Let's 420 stainless for the steel. Right there in the zone. Nice. Hang on. Hang on. Okay, so this is what I was talking about a second ago.
Okay.
Hang on. I hate it. YouTube's having problems right now. Okay, here we are.
Okay.
One more lure. That's where my audience is. Terry's Knives and Man Stuff's live. You know, I'm probably making this so much harder on myself because I've got a phone right in my face that I'm trying to look around while I'm doing this. All right, folks, see you in a minute. Yeah, so this is what this is. I think this cost me a few bucks at Harbor Freight. Like, it was not much. I think we spent around $7 on it. Well, I think that's most dogs, isn't it? Man, we have... Should be one of them low viewer count streams. I should have put a title of some sort on this video, or on this live stream. This is something right here that Outdoors 55 recommends, is really light passes back and forth to break the burr off on the sharpening stone. And yeah, there's no more burr. Let's see what that 600 grit edge do. Ace on Knives, what's going on, man? How you doing? We're going in on a shipbox Camillus. It lasted 45 minutes on the factory edge, about 45 minutes on a brand new edge off of the work sharp. Yeah, so even a cheap piece of crap sharpening block will get you somewhere good. I'm happy with that. I'm real happy with that. Yeah, just I didn't have the highest expectations in the world for it when I bought it at Blade Show, but I was hoping that it'd be better than better than expected. But yeah, I mean, this was a good excuse to practice some hand sharpening again. I haven't practiced enough at that, and I'll be honest, I'm happy with how that went. That went really good. And we haven't even stropped it yet. You know, this is just off the stone, 600 grit, no strop. So you listen to guys that know what they're talking about, you get results. I messed that cut up so bad. Tracy Kramer, what's going on? I do not have a tomato to slice. And I ain't bringing something messy down here that I got to clean up liquid from. It probably could slice a tomato super thin, but now we're going to strop this and see what a difference that makes. Like, the steel is 420 on this, so there's not much to expect out of it. But I am kind of wondering, we have sharpened it twice. We have hogged quite a bit of material off on it. So I'm kind of curious to see... Yeah, I think if we cut a brick with this thing, that would just be the end of it. Apparently, me with knives likes to go to old-timey shows where people are angry. Like, I kind of wonder, historically, did people actually throw tomatoes at performers when they didn't like what they were seeing? Like, were there vendors nearby that's just like, tomatoes, get your tomatoes here. Get your tomatoes. Fresh, ripe for throwing. Ripe for throwing tomatoes. Get your tomatoes here. Bacon Smith, what's going on? I mean, for $2, I'll put socks on. Leave a little bit to the imagination. But wouldn't you like to know? Not too much, Rich. Just kind of relaxing. I'm off work today and tomorrow. Enjoying the new store. Like, I have dropped so much stress that I've just been kind of falling asleep sitting up. Like I said, we're working on this piece of crap Camillus right here. But how you been, man? I know I've seen you do at least a couple of shorts recently. You thinking about getting back into the game? Yeah, and it's funny, the whole barefoot thing, like, there's two reasons. One, I like to be comfortable when I'm doing this. And two, you have no idea how much cardboard dust this generates. And I don't particularly feel like having to clean that out of a pair of socks later on down the road. I know I can just throw them in the washer, but it's just like, yeah, I don't want that. And then wearing socks for the whole stream that are getting packed with more and more cardboard dust doesn't sound comfortable. Okay, one more strop. The edge isn't as mirrored as I can get it with the work sharp, but it's still very clean. You know what? I think I need to drop more 2.5 on this, which sucks. That's 3.5, there's 2.5. Every time I do this, I taste this shit for the rest of the day. Oh, nice. Yeah, like I know, Rich. I know you wanted to just kind of back all the way out of YouTube. I'm not sure, you know. I know you at one point you hadn't decided whether or not you were coming back, but it seems like you're like right on the cusp of coming back. But like, if y'all haven't been in involved in doing YouTube stuff, especially trying to do consistent, regular content. Even if you are just doing what I do, where you're, you're carrying stuff and enjoying that part, but then you got to sit down and do a video, and you might not always feel like it, but you have to do it for that day. It can be a lot of work. It can be mentally taxing. This part can be physically taxing. Like it can be a lot more taxing than you think it'd be. All right, how did my hand sharpening job do? Oh my God, that is nice. I'm getting better at hand sharpening. Wow. Oh, I like that. Why you do this? Damn it. It's not quite doing what I want it to. But still. Let's see if it'll shave. Let's see, will this shave? This bald patch is starting to grow back. Yeah, we're shaving, guys. Nice, man. Like, I'd love to just stop doing clips for a couple weeks and pick up another 1,000 subs. I would love that. Like, I'll be pushing for 3K for a while. For me, the live streams seem to be doing it. I've been hitting like 22K, like 24K, 16K, 26K. I'm not sure what this one's gonna bring in, but you know, that's where mine have been coming from mostly. All right, let's get some harder to cut paper. But yeah, that's really cool. Like, you know, I'd be happy with a knife and a flashlight for doing that. Oh yeah, yeah, she chooches. I may have a small, slightly rougher spot. Yeah, there's like a little bit of a snag in there, but still. For just practicing, I'd say that was a pretty good edge on that thing, especially with very little experience. Like, I am quite happy with that edge. Now, if I could build up the confidence to hand sharpen the if I worked up the confidence to hand sharpen the Mayhem, I would definitely be running that through Cardboard Slayer. What I don't know is this thing weighs a metric ton. Like, this is a monster. I don't know if the clamp on the precision adjust will actually hold the weight and not move around constantly. Because that was a problem I had with the 4MAX Scout, is I had that in the sharpener and the blade just kept moving around and kept moving around. Oh, nice. Yeah, like, I'll be honest. I could probably make some content for TikTok if I had the energy for it, and maybe see if that turns into something too. I may have to break down and give that a shot, because if that takes off and starts making money too, then I might be able to supplement enough of my income that, one, the channel, like the social media, pays for itself and then some, and two, I've got some breathing room with the bills. Yeah, this just came in the day before yesterday. You know, I've been saving for this thing since I believe the 11th of June, the day Blade Show ended. And like, really, this thing will centrifugal open, but I don't quite have the hang of getting it every single time. But that centrifugal open is so nice. It is not the Civivi Nox. This is the Camillus Keto. And like I said, this thing went 45 minutes on the factory edge. I put a new 18-degree edge on it with the work sharp. It went another 45 minutes. So we've hand sharpened it now. And I am giving myself a minute. Oh, I mean, this was the only thing they had there. Everything else was old stuff. Everything else they had at the cold steel part of the booth was old stuff that either I had or wasn't interested in. The SOG, I didn't see a whole lot compelling, but I didn't expect to see Camillus there. And that's what, bummer. But Camillus was the only thing with new stuff that I hadn't seen before, so I got this. Were you at Blade Show Atlanta? Because Blade Show Atlanta, Cold Steel ain't have shit besides this going on. And that's where I got to pick one up and actually mess with it. But I love this thing. Like, I love that thing so much. All right, so in a couple of minutes here. Yeah, the 8010, which one do you have? Because I know my 8010 is just basically a drop point. Do you have like a 8010 with a Tanto? I think they make one of those. Oh, okay. No, you're on that one. Wow. Yeah. No, that is hilarious. Like, I'll be honest, if I was a fruit vendor, I'd probably be right there too. Just get your tomatoes here. Ripe for throw-in. Get your throw-in tomatoes here. Oh, wow. I am definitely interested in seeing what that winds up being. I am interested in seeing that. Like, I genuinely hope over the, yeah, citrus covers up a lot of sins. Just ask bathroom spray. What was I gonna say? No, like the Demco stuff should be interesting if he's releasing more budget-friendly versions of it. I mean, you think about it, if you dial the steel back a hair and kind of remove some of the more difficult features to put into stuff like that, then you could do a cheaper version of stuff that's actually affordable for guys like me. So why don't we go ahead and go in on the Fox Edge and get that part of the stream over with? I can get into my emotional support caffeine and we can see if we can get 2.5 hours out of it. What do you think, guys? Oh, gotcha. Gotcha. So I get into my emotional support caffeine here. Yeah, you guys want to see how well the Fox Edge does now? Now, brother, like I said, I consider it a pretty high compliment and a bit of an honor for guys to be watching from work. You know, that is that's some dedication. Like, I appreciate that so much. Like, dude, Full Fire coming through again. Mad Yako, you in here? Yeah, so you want a figure? Which one do you want? Oh yeah, that is cool. That is really cool. That would be worth saving up for. That'd be worth saving up for. However, one thing that I've given some thought to is splitting up some of the ad revenue, splitting that off and putting it in savings and start saving up for Blade shows. So maybe I can go there with like $600-700 and really be able to case the joint out and pick up some stuff over the course of 3 days. I think I'm gonna do that. Like the donations, all that, those are going back into the channel. Once, you know, The only exception being if we can save up enough for the Devo Fireball with the 80s camo that I want, we are putting some of that towards that. We are, which is all thanks to you guys. Okay, yeah, we'll give it a couple more minutes and we'll fire up on this thing and see how long the edge on this lasts. Because this is supposed to be 8CR13. This should hold up. That being said, as bad as this knife is, I don't entirely trust Fox Edge to actually be 8CR13. At least not this one. And it's weird. It's weird because, like, I know one or two people now have said Fox Edge makes some pretty good stuff. Just not this. Which, I mean, it may be their fixed blades. Fox Edge might be mostly fixed blades, and they don't really do folders, which could explain why this thing got out the door in such sorry shape. But even then, like, you should have one guy there that, like, is checking these things out. Like, I don't understand how some of this stuff gets released and someone that knows what they're doing hasn't, like, held it, carried it, worked with it, done anything with it. And they're like, yeah, just send it out. Like, that has to be what happened. It has to be. Oh, yeah, I've got the Luzon medium and the Luzon large. Believe me, I've got those. It was actually the medium Luzon came from Mason Knives. That was something, that may have been the first giveaway that I won anything from. And then I got that. I know it was something like the Luzon medium and that SOG Kiku knockoff. Nah, Fox Edge's quality control. I've made so many jokes about guys watching their mom's OnlyFans and sleeping with other people's wives and stuff like that. I don't have a new one ready to go yet. But yeah, it's not good. At least this isn't good. And I have to assume, even if this had a solid lockup, SRM had her FPV. What's going on? Welcome. I'm trying to think. Are SRM and San Renmu two different companies? Because like I think I've handled some San Renmu stuff at Blade Show. I don't own any, but the stuff I handled felt pretty good. It felt pretty decent. The one that I really, really liked that they had on the table, I'm looking at it and they're like, that's a prototype, it's not for sale. I was like, son of a dick! I couldn't buy it. But it was really cool, and the colors on it really spoke to me, and it's like, nah, I want to buy it, why won't you sell it to me, guy? Yeah. Okay, I thought they were, but I didn't want to be wrong. I didn't feel like being wrong. Yeah, so I don't have any San Renmus. I was trying to separate them mentally from Sin Cut too. There's so many names of stuff like that. Yeah, I said that's what I thought. I just didn't want to be wrong. But yeah, like I had to separate them for a second. I've got a couple of Sin Cuts. I know I gave one of them away, but I haven't handled any San Renmus. Or I handled them. I don't own any. Sorry, brain fart. I'm tired. I've slept all day, but I still ain't awake, so bear with me. What, this guy right here? This is about average size. The blade's a little bit long, 3.75 inches. You know, a lot of the more normal size stuff I get is about 3 inches. So it's a little larger than an average regular carry knife. So that explains why the Sin Cuts feel so good. With that right there. $10CR15. I've got to take a look at that then. Yeah, I mean the camera's kind of far away. Like, you know, this is the Camillus compared to it. Let's see. And of course the Mayhem. Just the Mayhem. Like, someone was designing this and they had the exact kind of person that's me in mind when they made this. Like, when they designed this, My God, and the Atlas lock too. Holy hell. Okay, so we got an upcoming Cardboard Slayer Aftermath video on that. Let's get into this one. Oh, let's check out the edge first. Yeah, no, I was thinking that same thing. Exactly that same thing when I was carrying it the first day. That's not a knife. That's a knife. So the edge on it's okay. It's not the best, but it's okay. So we'll start with that. Yeah, like I love carrying the pocket swords and stuff like that, but I finally have one that I got to be kind of careful with at work, just because that may or may not result in a sit down saying, yeah, you're not allowed to carry anything that big here. I don't want to hit that point. Let me write down one more thing about this. Okay, I'm going to keep a smaller notebook next to me. That's what I'm going to do. It's hard to write this stuff down. Yeah, and I think... Oh, these ergos are terrible. I think the limit is like 3 inches or something like that at work. But, you know, as long as I keep the mayhem to the back room, I should be all right. And, like, that was something that I forgot to discuss earlier. Like, those of you that haven't been here for the whole stream, I am taking a week off for vacation in October. And it's simply because my old manager, like, he would not sit down with me and look at the days that we have available for vacation time, that I could burn up some PTO, because it is use it or lose it. You can roll over something like 80 hours, but you can't roll over like 120 hours. You know, so I was just going to take a few days, like 1 day a week for a few weeks during the slow part of what's left of the year. And my manager's like, no, what I would do is take this week right here off, the whole week. And I'm like, all right. Like, I made one more attempt to just space the days out so I wouldn't leave the rest of the crew hanging. And he's like, no, what I would do is take this week off. So I was like, all right, I'll put in the time off request. He's also like, enjoy a week off, take home a bunch of cardboard, do your live streams, you know, just enjoy yourself. I was like, all right, can do. You know, what I'm hoping at some point is they hire somebody else that has the same, that's into knives as far as I am. Like, I hope. I don't know if it'll happen, but I hope. At some point, that'll happen. You know, I'd love to have someone that understands what they're looking at when I'm like, hey, check out the bead that I made. Check out what I'm carrying this week. Just a guess, no. So that Camillus lasted 45 minutes on the new edge too. So I got some practice hand sharpening on it. I did a job that I'm actually very happy with on that. I am getting better at it. We switched over to the Fox Edge so that we can go ahead and get this one out of the way, and I've got 2 Cardboard Slayer Aftermath videos I can do. just have some extra content to upload. And also, like, I wanted to spend more time doing this. Oh, we've all had one of those somewhere at our jobs in the past. Like, I think that's why that stereotype exists and why that character was in Monsters Inc. Everybody has had one person at one job that was her. What I want to know oh, nice. Now, is the butterfly a ballast song or is it just a regular folder? Because if it's got a lanyard hole, you can hang an aftermarket clip through the lanyard hole. But I wonder if the people that they're referencing there that are responsible for the stereotype, if they know they're the person that she was modeled after. You know, because I can't imagine that would be a pleasant reality check, you know? Like, I can't imagine that as a pleasant reality check to realize you're the person she was modeled after. Oh, cool. Yeah, that's a lucky break. My check engine light is still on. Like, I got it to stay off for 150 miles, and I knew as soon as I hit 120, I should have gone and gotten emissions done, and I didn't. So I may wait for the temperatures to cool down a little bit so that it seems like the day that it got up over 85 degrees, it came back on. So I may let the temperatures stay cool for a little bit longer and then disconnect the battery again and reconnect it and reset the computer again. And as soon as it hits 120. Well, you think bumping up the octane a little bit will stop it from building up as much pressure as it would on lower octane gas, thus not tripping the evap code? That's what I've got, is I got an evap code, and I'm on like my third new gas cap. This one's from the factory. I have done the evap canister. I have done, I've cleaned off the filler neck at the top because that had a bunch of grime built up on it. You know, short of taking the bed off and getting into the gas tank and seeing if there's something wrong there, I'm not sure what else to do. There might be a vacuum leak somewhere, but I don't think that would be an evap code. What I do know is it's running pretty rough. Like, it doesn't like idling. Yeah, I don't think stuffing anything with a sock is going to help me out a whole lot here. KO Knives, you in here, brother? KO, it's your time to shine, buddy. Oh, nice. KO, you didn't go away, did you? Yeah, that's kind of past my mechanical skills too. Like, I just wish something that I did would have worked so I'm not stuck dealing with this, because I don't know what's going to happen if I get pulled over. I really don't. Like, I can't afford to get pulled over and get a ticket for it, but I don't know if, like, they're going to impound the truck or, you know what. I don't know how large of a violation that is. I'm pretty sure it would just be a ticket, but I can't afford that either. Yeah. Yeah, just keep an eye out for him. You may have to scroll back up a little bit. We're trying to let KO get his first one. I mean, if he doesn't get here in like the next minute and a half, Punisher, you're up, dude. It's like you were on a roll tonight, man. Well, if KO's not here in a minute, he missed the opportunity. Oh no, I am expired. That's the thing. Like, my tag expired in May. I got an extension that got me through part of June, but I still, like, I can't get it to the check engine light to stay off with anything that I know how to do. And being that I can't afford a ticket or anything else, I also can't afford to take it to a shop to have it worked on. Yeah, I mean, you'll have more kills than I do at that point. And the longer we go, the farther you're going to have to scroll back in the chat to get to it. Yeah, I can't act shocked. Yeah, it's emissions. So there's an evap code in there, which means there's a leak somewhere in the system that's letting vapors evaporate. So like, I've done the evap canister. I bought new gas caps. You know, I've done all that. But it keeps coming on. And this last time it took 150 miles to kick back on. And, you know, I was right. Like, I was literally a day away from going to get emissions done. I was trying to let it get up far enough where I was guaranteed that the computer would say it was ready and actually get through emissions. And I just waited a hair too long. You know, I should have gotten it at 120 or 100, but I thought, it's made it this far, I'm good. But no. Oh, no, me with knives, you can't do that. You cannot do that. So what'll happen is your computer will read not ready for emissions, and it will not read as ready until you put between 100 and 200 miles. Punisher, you got the hat trick. Yes. But you have to put between 100 and 200 miles, depending on your make and model, on the car before it will read as ready and let you do emissions. That's the problem. It used to work like that, but no longer. It can't be done that way. And I would know because I was an emissions tech for most of a year. Like the place I worked at, oil change, emissions, all that. Thirsty Tree, thank you so much, dude. Like, I will put that off to the side. Right now, the thing that we're saving up for is the Devo Fireball for my collection, but I will put $20 off to the side for you, man. Very much appreciated. Yeah, my big thing is just figuring out how to fix it so it'll pass. Yeah, some cars want more than 100 miles. And Thirsty Tree, pick a figure out if you want. Yes, it's the problem is yes, it would be cheaper to just go ahead and fix it. Yeah, dude, it is amazing. But like, and the streams are getting large enough now that we're pulling those guys in, so we're gonna have fun swinging the banhammer around. But you know, it would be cheaper to just get it fixed. I'm definitely interested in the blue Nerk tag. But yeah, it would be cheaper and easier to get it fixed before I got a ticket. But I can't afford to take it to a shop to get it fixed. I can't afford to have somebody like a professional look at it. I am in that bad a shape right now. You know, like I'm making just shy of 20 bucks an hour. Like I'm making just shy of 20 bucks an hour, and I can't cover all of our bills and the mortgage and everything else. God knows what the hell I'm gonna have to do whenever taxes come in, because I'm probably gonna be charged like $2,000 or something like that for taxes this year. Like I don't know what the fuck I'm gonna do. Yeah, now I'm gonna have to get my third one just to keep us even. Timo Sliciano, I have not cut myself on a live stream. Haven't cut myself on a live stream yet, but welcome. How you doing? Now, knock on wood, I haven't cut myself on a live stream. I'm sure it'll eventually happen, and as much pressure as I'm putting on this cardboard to make these cuts, it's probably going to be a bad one. But not yet. Like I've come close. However, I am really careful and I give myself some margin of safety so if something does happen. Oh, we've all had a folding knife close on us. This is my good one right here. I did that about 10 years ago. But I think all of us have had a folding knife close on us at some point. Like I've had my AD-10 just drop shut and pop me right here, small cut. You know, I had one knife that I had for about 3 hours out of the box, and I went to close it. It was an axis lock. So I pulled it and let it drop, and the tip cut me right here because it stuck out farther than the end of the handle when it was almost fully closed, but not quite. I had my Best Tech when I still had that. It was in my waistband and it partially deployed, so I went to tuck my shirt in and it got me right here, and it bled like crazy. I had to clean up a trail of blood from my sales floor all the way through my back room to the bathroom. Yeah, it's really hard finding money sometimes. One of my goals here is if I can keep growing the channel, like the ad revenue, even at 2,000 subscribers. No, we cannot have any overtime. We cannot have any overtime. I wish we could. but hopefully the channel grows enough, because like even at 2,000 subs, I'm still pulling in a surprising amount of money for as few as the low view count that I get. So if I can build this up a bit more and get some traction and really get the channel to grow faster, I can start bringing in enough to help cover the bills. That's part of what I'm working towards. But yeah, like the fingertip, I burned part of a fingertip off. I picked up a lit smoke bomb and the white flame on it just burned off part of my finger clip, or burned off part of my fingertip. And so I had the exact shape of a flame burned off, and it eventually went away. I eventually got my full fingertip back. Look, I know I am too much of a fucking lightweight for prison or jail. Robbing gas stations ain't it. If I was going to commit crimes, it would probably be fraud or something federal, so I went to a federal prison and not a state prison. Ew. Ew. I'm trying to remember the other worst cut that I got. It's like, oh, I know one good cut that I got, and you ain't gonna believe this, but you know, back when I was a teenager, I had a bed that was just, it was worn out. It's just like a hole had worn out in the center where I'd slept on it so much, and one of the springs came loose, and it kind of worked its way through and chewed it up. I didn't know that spring was loose because the padding stayed on top of it just enough, and so it might have been the second or third time I had sex ever in my life. We get done and I go to get up, and that spring had worked itself loose, and it caught my knee, and it sounded like cloth tearing, and I saw some white stuff in there, and it never really bled much. It didn't hurt that much, but there was a hole in my kneecap. I'm trying to see if I can still find the scar. The scar has become hard to find. I don't know. That scar has faded a lot with age. But that scar is, yeah, it's either long gone or it's faded so much I can't find it right now. Captain Falcon, what's going on? I'm not cutting tags off my mattress. That's a federal crime. Are you crazy? I don't want guys in suits coming after me. That tag says do not cut. All right? Do not. I'm a law-abiding citizen. I'm a law-abiding citizen. I will not stand for that kind of criminal activity in my home. The last time I broke the law was yesterday. What did I do to that cat? I think I know what you're talking about. Oh, God. Fuck out of here with that shit. I have not been to a Turkish prison, but that sounds kind of like a sex move. Yeah, we did the Turkish prison last night. It's like something you got to get 5 homeless guys together for. Alicia, I'm not taking that chance, all right? I'm not. That's how they get you. All right, that's how the feds get you. That's what I said, like, fuck out of here with that shit. KO Knives, where are you at, boo-boo? Where are you at, boo? Zero Bites, what's going on, man? How you doing? Yeah, the goal is to completely fuck the edge up on this thing. The first knife we did lasted 45 minutes. Put a new edge on it, lasted 45 minutes again. So I practiced some hand sharpening, and this one has been about 35 minutes, which this is 8CR13, so we should get 2.5 hours out of it. Well, see, a soup kitchen is when 5 homeless guys have sex in your car when you're not looking. Like, you park your car for the night, you wake up and 5 homeless guys had sex in it. So I would assume a Turkish prison would just be like in a more evolved soup kitchen. Possibly in the bathroom of a Circle K. No. The 45 minutes was the Camillus Keto and 420 steel, which also seems like a short amount of time. 420 should have gotten us at least an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours. That thing is just garbage. But this knife is also a future, this is like a Hall of Shame knife right here. God almighty, this thing sucks, so I'm not expecting anything in particular out of it. I mean, look at it this way. They got to use the disinfecting hand soap for lubricant because they're homeless, so it should be fairly clean. I just keep making it worse. I just keep making it worse, guys. God, this thing hurts. This right here hurts on this one. The ergos are god-awful. It was Cutco, I think. They emailed me. They're like, hey, we got a job for you here. You want to come in and interview for it? I go in there. They have got like 80 people in there, and they're doing one of those, here's where you're going door to door to sell knives. Thank you for showing up. I let them get in there for about 20 minutes, and I just got up and walked out. I'm like, nope. Yeah, like I saw the Cutco knives at a Blade show too, and it's like, yeah, not really that impressed. Like, I know they apparently have great kitchen knives, but I don't use kitchen knives. But like, that was the thing, is like, you know, my buddy that was there with me, Bushcraft Outdoors, he wanted to drop by and check them out. Like, apparently they are good kitchen knives, but just not for me. Yeah, like they were just spamming emails with job offers. And I was like, I got there, I was like, fuck this shit. Yeah, I wanted no part of that. Oh, nice. I'm trying to remember. I think I did look at the Tough Light at one point. It's like, yeah, a little small for me, but I could be wrong about that. I remember looking up the Tough Light, but I don't remember what it looked like right now. Always scares the shit out of me when it does that. I said, this thing is like a full hollow grind all the way up to the top, so this is like pushing a wedge through this stuff. Doing cardboard slayer with hollow grinds sucks. I hate hollow grinds for cardboard slayer. And that's the thing, if I can buy the Devo Stassa 23 Fireball, that is a big old hollow grind. Like, that is going to be some profound, like, the ergos are going to be great. The ergos are going to be fantastic on that, but it's going to take a lot of pressure to push through that cardboard. And with it being S90V, I'm going to suffer. Well, if you remember the factory edge on this thing and how bad this sucked, I know they let a bad one off the chain with this. That was, again, one side was 17 degrees, one side was 20 something, and I really had to go against a lot of my standards for sharpening to get that material hogged off. That being said, possibly because it's a thinner piece of steel, the edge on the Mayhem is a lot nicer. Like, this one's a more even grind. The Camillus went away. The Camillus, it lasted 45 degrees on the second, like on the new edge that I put on it, the same 45 minutes. So I practiced some hand sharpening with it, and we switched over to the Fox edge to get this thing out of the way. Just to get it over and done with. And this is 8CR13, so I can continue giving you guys a live stream on a knife without just doing the stopping and sharpening every 45 minutes. Yeah, junk run. That's a good way to call it. Yeah, like I looked at getting a CDL at one point, but again, I couldn't afford to pay for classes. And my grandmother's last husband, his son had a CDL, and he said the company he worked for would get you a CDL. Like they'd get you trained up on a CDL if you stuck with them for like a year after you got your CDL. No, they're reacting to sound. I want to get some that do RGB and just scroll through the colors, but I don't have that. But I got this. I think this came from Five Below, so I can do that. But, you know, I called them up. I'm like, hey, do y'all do this thing? And they're like, absolutely not. Like, why are you wasting my time? I was like, all right, well, that dream died. But to be fair, given what my life was at that point, unless I found like a local job driving a dump truck or something like that, like being an over-the-road trucker, it would have been me paying for some guy to come in there and fuck the ex-wife and treat my kids like he's their dad and eat my food up, and that would have been a dead body. We shouldn't be seeing this already. Yeah, no, that is one thing. Like my job right now, the number of hours they give the department is based on the sales, overall sales. And like stores have been doing better sales. They've been putting in better numbers, but then they're like, oh, here, you lost 50 hours from your schedule for the week. So was it the night before last? I had a grand total of 2 people to close the store with. 2. No, and you probably made a wise move for yourself because I mean, if you get started early enough in your life that you don't have roots put down and you don't have other things standing in your way, that's a great way to make money. If you can do over the road, you can make good money, or at least you could. I don't know about now, but you could. Like I knew people that were turning over 100K a year just for long haul trucking. You know, and at one point in my life, that was a well, like I'm working for a great company. It's one of the best companies you could work for. It's just they keep trying to save a buck, and it's getting a little bit old. But you know, like when I was younger, that was appealing. You know, being on the road, traveling, all that stuff, it's really appealing. And I wanted to do that, but you know, I didn't have the funds or the means to get myself a CDL. Like the window for that passed. You know, the second the ex-wife got pregnant, basically that window shut for me. You know, it's just, you know, I am far from the best parent on the planet. You know, the kids kind of rode through me going through some of the worst parts of my life. And I do mean some of the worst parts, and that's a pretty big statement. If you guys know when I've talked about how my childhood was, like, they had to ride through that, and me, you know, going through the process of, you know, becoming miserable enough to get clean, like all that stuff. But, you know, I made sure that I was at home every night, and I made sure I was home every night with them. You know, it was just, yeah, rough. So like traveling jobs were kind of off the table, and Toasted Bagels, what's going on? Welcome. You coming in from the Ukraine? You coming in from Ukraine? But no, I don't have any ballad songs. Like I don't have a good way to carry them and use them, so I can't do a fair review on them, so I don't buy them. But you know, it's a you know, and that was the thing. Like, you know, with my ex-wife, like I took my first quarter welding class, and I did great at it. Like I had a good touch for it once I got my feet under me and figured out. You know, it turns out like I had a natural knack for welding. And I got the best score in the class at the end of the year, and I was the only one in that class to get all 4 of my coupons to pass the bend test. And like I did great. And then between the first semester and the second semester, I wound up having to get clean. And because the meetings were at night at the same time classes were happening, and I had a full-time job, I had to pick getting clean. I had to. So I couldn't get back into welding class. But, you know, part of that too was, you know, the good money was in traveling and being a traveling welder. And, you know, like I told my ex-wife, it's like, if I start traveling, I am going to end up paying for some other dude to come in here and eat my food and act like my kid's dad, and that's going to be a dead body. And she got offended. And then, like, that was part of when she was in the middle of having an affair. It's like, you sure you were offended? You sure? Yeah, I'm not familiar with Baron Sons. I'm not. But you know, years and years ago, I did have a cheap butterfly knife, and my uncle showed me like just a really basic flourish with it that you could do pretty safely on a single edge. So I got the hang of that, and I could do that without thinking about it. Certainly none of the modern tricks. We're talking about back in the mid to late 1990s, and it eventually broke right there at the pivot. Just the metal around the pivot snapped. Well, yeah, like I made the right choice there, but it kind of sucks because, you know, I would have loved to have found like a local job that paid well enough to be comfortable and just do that, and then kind of work on making artistic stuff on my own time, like, really get into it. But yeah, it wasn't in the cards. Yeah, she was offended for reasons. Like, she was such a mess that at one point she yelled at me for not cheating on her. And I know that's because she just wanted some reason to feel less guilty. Like, I understand the psychology, but it still blew me away when it happened. She's done enough with taking care of the kids and all that to make enough of the situation right that I'm at peace with her. Like, I don't have a problem with her now, but that sucked ass when it was happening so bad. It took a long time to let go of that anger and a lot of work on self-improvement to let go of that. I mean, here's the thing. All right. There were 2 confirmed affairs, like 2 confirmed in-person affairs with somebody that was there physically. There were 2 more that she had online, which I think she was trying to bait people to, come in from out of state to rescue her. And then there were 2 others that I couldn't confirm, but I am like almost entirely sure happened. So yeah, like, if you're with someone and they suddenly start accusing you of cheating out of nowhere for no reason, they're cheating on you. So that was the other thing. I'd come home from work and just, who are you cheating on me with? You're cheating on me with somebody, like, just nonstop. And it's just like, bruh. Cheating on me with that she still denies to this day, even though we damn well know, and we have mutual friends, like, we have friends from back in the before times, but before all that shit happened. And when people don't know that you don't know something, but you talk about it as if you know what's happening, they will spill so much information. So I already know exactly what happened after I left. Like, I know a bunch of the shit that I wasn't there for because I know people and I know how to get people to talk. So she thinks that she can still lie and say, we didn't touch each other. But, after I took the kids and left, I think it was like 3 or 4 months after I left, when we got a divorce. And like a couple weeks after that, I just wanted to let you know that we're engaged and we're about to get married, but we didn't touch each other for like 6 weeks after you left and all that. And it's like, either you're cheating on me or you're dumber than I thought you were. And that's impressive. Well, what do you mean? Well, either you have crawled into bed with someone you don't know worth a shit, or you've been cheating on me with them for a while. Like, one of the two. And, the guys that we know, because they didn't know that I didn't know, straight up told me what was happening there. They didn't realize they were telling me what was happening. And yeah, it's like, but that guy, he has acted scared of me almost every time I've seen him. He's finally calmed down a little bit. It's like he would put like a car between me and him, or kind of move behind her, or put as much distance between us as he could. And I think that's because, he thought what would typically happen when you're messing with someone else's wife was going to happen to him. Is like, bro, you threw yourself on a grenade for me. I love you, boo-boo. Like, I am so grateful for that guy appearing when he did, because that was the last thing I needed to get out of that marriage. I realized it was over and people were about to start getting hurt. It's like, no, it's time to go. Like, he was never in any danger. Like I appreciate that dude so much. He doesn't like me, but I appreciate him so much. And God knows what she told him. Like, God knows what she told him about me to get him to come in there and rescue her. But yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, the thing is, like, my current wife fell out of my lap out of fucking nowhere. All right. Like, I spent a good few years working on myself and working on getting, becoming a better person to reach the point where, like, I was happy with myself. I was happy being single. Like, I was finally comfortable. And that lasted a few months before she just kind of fell in my lap. She started interacting with me on Facebook through a mutual friend, and eventually she was like, hey, I like you. I've been flirting with you for weeks now. Like, we should talk. I was like, What the fuck? Okay, I guess so. But yeah, like between my kids and the fear of the unknown and not wanting to be alone again, I think I stayed there for about 5 years longer than I should have. Yeah, caught me completely off guard. I was 100% blindsided. Yeah, well, that took me a long time to learn. All right, that took me a long time to learn because the guy that she had the affair with that almost lit us up, not the last one, but the one before that. A lot of people, like 3 people in that house, almost had something absolutely horrifying happen to them. They were almost removed from existence before I removed myself from existence because of it. And, this is like, I got clean. My first sponsor's like, don't be mad at him. He is a symptom of her problems. Like, your beef is with her, not him. You know? And realistically, like, the plan was to leave her as the last one left alive and all that, so she'd have to explain it to everybody and either tell the same lie about a million times or finally tell the truth and live with it for the rest of her life. Like, that was the goal. That made sense at the time because I was that far gone. It's just God put the right dude in the right place at the right time. No, he was choosing to be a piece of shit, but my beef was with her, not him. That's the thing. Like, he was just a symptom of her problems. Nothing more. But on a lighter note, things don't have to stay this heavy this long. I know we've driven some people away. We're down to 13 viewers. Yeah, Boss Shredder Elding Ring. Hey, my work wife's here. What's going on? How are you and the missus and the baby and Eli doing? How's everybody doing over there? Yeah, on a lighter note, helium. No, the ergos on this are garbage. Like, this isn't the worst I've had, but this ain't comfortable. It's not a lot of fun. Justin, I don't know. I don't think anybody knows anything yet, but I'm hoping to God he doesn't. Because I like Don. Maybe they move him, they'll promote you and move you somewhere. Wait a second. I don't think... You don't have enough hours and a past test, do you? That said, it's just... From what I was told, he might get moved, might not. Like, he just made me... Oh, sweet. So, yeah, it'll be a while before you get your results and all that. All right, Alicia, I appreciate you being here. Yeah, it's going to be a little while before you know anything. Like I said, I'm hoping Don doesn't get moved, or if they bring somebody in, they're as cool as Don is about everything. Like, Don's kind of letting, he's letting me take charge of getting the back room fixed up and getting everything straightened out back there, which is, I've got my autonomy. I'm able to actually do things that I see need doing. Like, life is so much better over there than I've had it for a while. Oh yeah, no, I have done well for myself, but um, I would not be angry if Adriana got that spot. I would not. But like, I was looking at trying to figure out how to burn up my vacation time because Ryan would never tell me when I could put in requests that would actually get approved. You know, because of the way he does things. So I had to talk to Don about getting them used up, and instead of spacing out like one day every week or so until I burned up the blade she never got for she got my safety cutter off of Josh. No, she got my safety cutter off of Newmark. But like, he just made me take a whole week in October. Like I got a whole week off. Or he didn't make me, but he strongly advised me to take the whole week off instead of just one day at the end of every week or so until I burned off enough hours that, you know, I wasn't going to lose them. It's like, all right, I can live with that. Did I promise her a blade at some point? Because I don't remember doing that. I don't remember doing that. I mean, I can give her a knife. Like, I got plenty. Okay, so it's like, I don't remember doing that. Like, what the hell? I don't think she would be interested in one. I mean, yeah, well, that's what I was trying to do. Because it's like, I don't want to leave you guys hanging and like fuck you in the ass by trying to burn off time that should have already been like dealt with earlier in the year. And he's like, we'll make do. Like, look out for yourself. Look out for yourself first. Take your time. All right. Say less, boo boo. You know, it's just next year I need to plan ahead farther. Like, I'm not used to having more than like a week's worth of vacation time every year. And I think between sick time I didn't burn and everything else, we are cutting with the Fox Edge FE044. Truly a piece of garbage for the ages. This is one of those that will make you violate the 11th commandment, do not covet thy neighbor's knife. It sucks. We're going to wreck the edge. But, yeah, like, I think I had 100 and... So I had over 100 hours left before Don had me schedule that time off. And I'd already burned off, like, a bunch of time being sick, and the 7 days I took off for Blade Show, like, wound up with a lot of time off that I'm not used to having, so I didn't know I needed to plan that far ahead. You know, like, dealing with my old manager, you were forced to, like, schedule around everybody else, and he'd never sit down with you and do that. If you put in a time off request where you didn't do that, it was going to get denied. So I was trying to make sure that I had time that I'd get approved for. Blade Show was fantastic. By the way, Tate, I didn't say hi. Hey, Tate, how you doing? But, dude, Blade Show, between what I bought at Show and between what my friend that I ride with and his brother-in-law gave me, I think I came home with like 24 knives. 4 of them are being given away right now. That video is up. And, like, I bought 2 prototypes. I got to talk to the guys at Vosteed about doing thermochromic resin on their scales. It changes temperature it changes color when it reaches around body temperature. I also talked to NAFS about doing some translucent scales that are kind of like the shell on Nintendo 64 controllers back in the day, which Ben loves the idea, but they're not going to do that right now because they can't do small runs and they got other stuff on their plate, which is a bummer, but at least he responded and let me know what's happening when I emailed him. You know, I had a blast. Like, and I got to pick up and handle my next Grail-ish knife. Like, the guys in the chat, my super chats, all that, for this month can go toward, like, the guy said it was perfectly fine to go ahead and get the Devo Stasa Fireball Devo Stassa 23 collaboration Fireball when that drops with the super chats and everything else from this month. Last month's stuff is going towards an edge sharpness tester for the channel. But my next grailish knife is going to be the Hogue Misto, because I got to play with one of those at Blade Show, and let me tell you, I like that. You know, the last knife on my list that was out of reach and I had to save up for months to get is right here. My God, I am in love. I am so in love. You know, being able to work with this one-handed off of that Atlas lock, faboo. The centrifugal open, it's fabulous. I don't quite have the hang of getting it every time on the centrifugal open. I've got to play with it a lot more. But, dear God, I love this thing. I love this thing so much. It was worth every penny. All right, so we have got over an hour of cutting time in on this. Let's take a look at where the edge is and whether or not we got any big snags. We're right where we should be for 8CR13. Yeah. So we're still in good shape with the 8CR13. Yeah, brother. Like, if you haven't been around the channel for a minute, one thing you gotta know is I absolutely fucking love pocket swords and pocket cleavers, the stuff that's just hilariously oversized. When Cold Steel dropped that, I absolutely had to own one. I finally got it. Yeah, like, go through and check out some of the older videos, like, because we got the Kaiser Sheepdog XL, we got the CJRB Tigris, we got the O-Knife Gar, we got the O-Knife Sentry L1, we got stuff like that. I'm actually working with the guy on putting a design together for folding like a 4-inch long, 1.5-inch tall drop point. We're going to see if maybe we can get a prototype of that made. But, yeah, like, I love those things. I've got the Cold Steel Luzon XL. You know, and then, of course, you got stuff like this, like the Formax Scout, where it's like, it's not a true monster of a pocket cleaver, but still, it's like a good, solid, big knife. Yeah, if you're talking about shaving your face, I've only got one Spyderco. I've got a Tenacious, which I think is way too expensive for 8CR13. Eventually, I'm going to look at getting a Spyderco and get one of the nice Spydercos so that I'm not disappointed by it when I get it. But, you know, that's when I get to it. But I am going to take a break real quick. Just give me about 2 minutes to go to the bathroom. I have got to bust a whiz. If DreamWorks Animation made a movie about what's, you know, fixing to happen, it's going to be called How to Drain Your Dragon. So I will be right back. Yeah, your face, that's going to be a treat. Let us know how that went in the next live stream next Friday. Oh, dear God. Guys, I got to pee so bad. I got to pee so bad. So bad. You guys, I had to pee so bad. So damn bad. Oh my god, it was so bad. That was so bad. Okay, I'm back. Oh, yeah, no. That was established dominance and then some. Jesus Christ, the neighbor might have heard that. Holy hell. I'm gonna let my hand rest for a second. Let's see. Yeah, we got an hour on that. So the first hour, it's still going strong. But, you know, I sure showed indoor plumbing who's boss right there. I appreciate that, Tate. Like I said, the videos are a bit of a different beast than the live streams. The live streams are a lot more uncut and wild, but the videos, I try to pass along every bit of good information I can on these. Gabriel, what's up? This is not the same one we started with. Like I said, the one we started with is right here. And this thing has got a lot of points against it right now. Like, generally, outside of the fact that it's on bearings, it sucks. It's got bearings and the pocket clips tip up. It's the only good things it has going for it. This one, the wear is exactly what you'd expect for 8CR13. It is holding up like well heat-treated 8CR13 does. And yeah. Oh, Tate, you want to pick something out? I want you to pick out between the Ninja, the Frankenstein, the Mummy, or the Knight. Yeah, this is the Fox Edge. All right, Zombie Man, what's up? It's doing okay. We started off on the Camillus Keto. This thing is garbage, straight up garbage. And then this thing, it's doing exactly what 8CR13 should do. It's doing exactly what it's supposed to. All right, Ninja it is. Well, I mean, I didn't expect the blade to snap. You know, I think you might be able to hear the lock rock. You know, and now the side-to-side play is back. Like the pivot screw is loosening itself as we go. Not much I can do about that. But, you know, I kind of knew that the lock rock was probably going to be getting worse. I will start cutting again in just a minute, but I gotta let my hand rest. Like, that callus right there is taking a beat down. But yeah, I mean, getting this out of the way means I don't have to do it later. And I don't ever want to handle this knife again. I don't. I may take this apart just to get the bearings out of it to put back for something else. I don't know. Yeah, It turns out I can't delete videos anymore. I don't know why. It won't let me delete it. I had to set it to private. And again, that was Irate Zombie Man pointing out that I fucked up. Like, I can't believe I missed that. But I really never actually, I may have stopped to look when I did the first impression. I may have done that. Completely forgot and didn't care enough to actually look before I started recording. Like, just God almighty. So the sharpness tester, we have the money for it. YouTube is supposed to be paying it out shortly here. I had to jump through yet more hoops to set up my payment method. Instead of going to PayPal, it's going directly to my bank as a direct deposit. And you have to go in there, you got to enter all your numbers, and then you got to wait for them to send you a random number between 1 and 25. Like, they'll deposit between 1 cent and 25 cents. You've got to go back into your verification and verify what the number of cents they put in your account was to verify it's your account. So that's what we got on that. I wonder if I can check my account on my old phone. No, I cannot. Okay. So I've been checking the account pretty regularly. I've been checking my account regularly since then. So, like, sometime, hopefully in the next few days, we'll be able to actually order the sharpness tester and get that in. Because it'll take that and a few extra bucks to make sure I've got shipping covered and an extra bag of test clips. But it's happening. And Gabriel, you weren't here, but this month's donations, super chats, and all that, everybody said it was cool for me to just order myself the Devo Stassa 23 Fireball and get that so that, one, I can carry it, test it out, and two, we get an S90V live stream. So that's what we're doing with this month's. And then next month's. So there's a lot of places where you can learn a lot. But if you want to know some basics, like if you look at my Cardboard Slayer Aftermath videos, it'll give you an idea of what steels stack up against each other for how long it took to kill the edge on these. And that's kind of general information, but I mean, there are so many places to go to learn so much. It's not funny. You know, like, I get overwhelmed by the information, so I don't hang on to it. It's more like, that's cool, and then my brain's like, fuck that, I'm out. So getting hands-on experience and having some metrics for testing for myself have been helping out a lot. That's kind of what I've been doing. You know what? I'm going to save that box. And I know what time it is. It's time for you to pay for your crimes against humanity, eggs. Yeah, like, I've got a few playlists. One of my favorite, I've got the Super Budget Showdown. It's all knives that cost 15 bucks or less. Yeah, Cedric and Abe is a good one. Apex Alchemy will show you the HRC, how hard the steel is on a bunch of knives. Outdoors 55 will show you how to sharpen them. Like, there's a lot. But, what the fuck was I about to say? Oh yeah, so Super Budget Showdown. I put a bunch of knives that cost 15 bucks or less up against each other in a 10 knife shootout. Temu Geddon, I did that with Temu. 10 weeks of carrying Temu knives to find out which one was the best of the 10 that I bought. So there's a lot there. I think I'm closing in on Gabriel, thank you so much for that. You want to pick a figure out? But yeah, thank you so much for that. That is a big help. Like, every little bit helps, and that five euros goes a lot farther than you think it will towards the cause. Because the knife's going to be 200 USD. But Gabriel, you now have the honor of picking out a figure. We haven't done the Knight, we haven't done Frankenstein, we haven't done the Mummy, and we haven't done the Scuba guy yet. But you super chat, you pick anyone you want. Doesn't matter what we haven't done yet or not. All right, we'll go with the knight. We'll go with the knight. I like the knight. That and the knight and the ninja are my two favorites. And then the Grim Reaper is very close. God, these ergos suck. Jesus Christ. Again, thank you for the super. And these egg boxes, I think you can kind of tell this is some pretty tough cardboard. These take a lot more effort to cut, and they do push the edge a lot harder than the ones, a lot of the ones we've been doing. The one nice thing is I've gotten so used to these things and so used, like you can see here, this callus right here is exactly in the spot that rides in between the two halves of the frame. I'm so used to it now that this will be fine like an hour after I get done, but right now, God, it's uncomfortable. Ah. Man. Yeah. Yeah, the gap on this one is exceptionally wide. And I believe that's because it's on bearings, but they didn't mill out a spot in the blade for the bearings to ride on. So the frame wound up just being wide. And the scale, like the frame here, the two pieces of steel are quite thin. So no matter how much you chamfer it, it's still going to put a ton of pressure on here. You can kind of start to see where it's digging in so bad. Much as I don't like to sound like I'm ungrateful, but man, the viewer numbers are so much lower than they were the last couple streams. So I think it might be because I didn't put a title on the live stream. And I hate that I can't go back and put one in retroactively. But you live and you learn. That's where we change up variables. Emotional support caffeine. God, that one is good. That one is so fucking good. Man, chat went dead again. Well, yeah, I mean, this is definitely an issue with the knife's ergonomics and how it's built. You know, and it's like I said in the video, this thing was definitely built to be as cheap as possible. No, Dr. Disrespect seems to not work anymore. Now, I do love But he came back out and he's like, yeah, all that was just to bait the media to see if they'd take the bait. It's like, no, it wasn't, bro. You were straight grooming. And calling it grooming is being charitable. Yeah, I said, I don't know why it worked that one time. I wish we knew why that worked. Because that was crazy. So we got that right there. And then we got this right there. Also, Linksy, what's up? Welcome. We've got the non-show side right here. And then there's your blade on both sides. No problem. Yeah, the lock rock on it's getting worse. The pivot screw is loosening itself as we go. Yeah, no, so one of the things, if you're looking at a listing online for something and the price is on the lower side, if you see a scale on one side in the pictures, that's the danger zone. The other thing to look out for, and this is the second worst pocket clip you can see. If you see this pocket clip, just know it's 99% likely going to be trash. Let me see here. I know it's in here somewhere. Yeah, so this is the other, like, the worst pocket clip you can get. There's this one, and there's another version of this with holes all the way down it. Those are the worst. Like, when they're on those knives, they are trash, and when they're, like, damn near completely flat against here, you're in for a bad time. I don't know if I've got an example of the worst pocket clip you can possibly get. The garbage guaranteer. I had a couple that I ended up getting rid of. One of them went to a friend that's not a knife guy and wasn't bothered by it being cheap. But I don't think I have one of those accessible. Fook, man, thank you so much. I appreciate it, man. You want to pick a figure out on your way out the door? Uber Foober, what's going on? You could stab a watermelon with this easy. You can stab it with just about anything, really. That's not Mossy Oak. That is Ozark Trail, and I have done something like 6 or 7 videos on it. Like, it's gotten 3 live streams so far. All right, we will do the Grim Reaper. Let me get that for you, go. So actually, I got like the first long form video on YouTube of this thing, at least as far as I can tell, because before I did mine, like before I started recording my video, I went and looked and there were no other videos up here. There was one YouTube short and that was it. So yeah, I have done a lot on that. Yeah, more are supposed to be showing up at Walmart. More are supposed to be showing up, and like they're still not being seen. That, sir, was a good one. Uber Foober, that was a good one. I'll give that an 8 out of 10. Yeah, I hope you find one. The only caveat to that The only caveat is you really need to look for the known quality control issues. There's one quality control issue where the grind isn't great, so the blade looks warped. That shows up, and that same one has also got really bad sintering on it. So guys that complain about their lock failing on them, like out of the box, the lock doesn't work. Some guys that said the springs in the lock broke within the first week, so there are things to look out for. However, if you like the blade warp thing, the edge is still straight. At least on mine it was. The edge was still straight, but the grind was jacked up, so it looked really badly warped from the top. It still works great. That thing took a ton of cardboard to truly wreck the edge. I got one with no QC issues. It's fine. So just be on the lookout for that. Yeah, so I got a lot of views on those videos. We can take a look at that real quick. Come on. All right, so we got to go back a little bit. It's been a couple weeks since I did anything with them because I did all the videos I could think of. So the last one I did, Cardboard Slayer Aftermath, after we did the hand whittled edge at 17 degrees per side, mirror polished, 2,700 views. Let's see. The live stream before that, 22,000 views. The pocket check on one of them was 676 views. The Ozark Trail discussion about the bug out clone, 2K views. The results are repeatable. The second live stream I did, that after Cardboard Slayer Aftermath, was 12,000 views. The next one was 700. All right, Zombie Man, thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. You want a figure on the way out? Let's see. After the first live stream, that Cardboard Slayer Aftermath, 4,000 views. See, there's the first video. It's somewhere in here. Later, man. Thank you so much for the super chat. All right, the Reaper again. But yeah, like I've gotten a lot of views on these things. One more go. Alex's Knives and Such. What's going on, man? Gabriel, yes. All right, I went from 1,430 in the last month and a half to 2,170. Like I really, really, really picked up a ton. That got me over 2K. That by itself. And so now the live streams are big enough that I'm pulling a lot of subs in off of those, and it's helping me build the channel much more efficiently than I was. The dogs. Those are the feet of a hard-working man, sir. But yeah, no, Walmart did just start carrying Civivis at the time they dropped that Ozark Trail. So yeah, like that knife has helped my channel out a ton. You know, I still don't understand how D2 went for that many hours cutting that cleanly. I don't, but it did. You know, like I said, this live stream is probably going to be a significantly lower. KO, what's up? You done missed the chance to ban 2 people, man. You know, it's lower turnout, but I think it's because I didn't put a title on this one. So we did the Camillus Keto. This is some of the worst performance we've ever gotten. And now we're on that Fox Edge that absolutely sucks. However, the 8CR13 is doing what it should do with the edge it came on it, so I can't really argue there. Oh yeah, we got a couple people coming in here acting like complete assholes, so Punisher has gotten 3 ban hammers now. He's managed to swing that hammer 3 times. Before today, he had 0. Like, as a moderator, he can hide someone from the channel and they'll never see any more of this again. Or I think they might be able to watch it, but they can't comment. Either way. Yeah, we had that one guy help an old Jewish guy out. Here's my Cash App. Again and again and again and again. One guy called the moderators losers. He lasted about 12 seconds after that. Because I was like, yeah, get that shit out of here. Punisher didn't let that ride. My boy got his wings today. Gotcha. Oh, yeah, no, I didn't think you'd be that upset by it, but it's like, come on, where are you, man? You need your first kill. Get your first one, come on. Yeah, so help me God, KO. If you leave another live stream, I'm going to lose it. Oh, no, don't worry. I'll give you the heads up when to get it. Don't worry. It was just some random guy. It was like midnight something or other. He just kept dropping the link to his Cash App and asking for money. Like, that's all he did. Oh, neat. I gather these boxes from work. I work retail while stocking the shelves. We have tons of boxes, so I can take pretty much whatever I want. And like, my manager, he's cool as hell because he's like, he made me take a week off in October to burn off vacation time that I was going to lose otherwise. He said, take as much cardboard as you can, do some live streams, relax, enjoy your time off. I was like, say less, boo-boo. To be fair, like, my streams have recently been pushing like 50 to 60 viewers constantly, and we've hit 130 peak concurrence. Normally we got a lot more, but I didn't put a title on this live stream, and I think that's what messed it up. It's like I started putting titles on the live stream, and they started gathering viewers really fast. Yeah. Oh no. I love the manager I have, and of course I get in there and they're talking about moving him to a new store because he's been at the one we're at for like 5 years. And they normally don't like leaving a manager in the same place for more than about 1.5 years, maybe 2 years. It's like, no, I just got here. And I'm scared to death that the manager I had, they're going to move to that store to fill his spot. And at that point, like, I'm talking to the Pepsi vendor being like, hey man, you got a job? Because they pay good starting off, but I'm not riding that out again. Yeah, I didn't think the title would be a big deal, but next time I'm going to find a way to title it where it's compelling. Yeah, but like last Friday, we had a crap load of viewers, like a crap load. I think that might have been 26,000, something like that. Like, it was a lot. Yeah, like I said, like I should have given it a title of some sort. But I didn't realize that was a variable that I'd changed that made things work so good. You know, in my defense. You know, I'm still learning how to min-max this stuff. As I said, I am putting the work into building this up. You know, it actually shouldn't take too much more growth, like nothing ridiculous, to hit the point where this is helping pay bills. You know, it's part of growing, it's part of learning. But, you know, having this help pay bills is not that far out of reach. No, like I've put giveaway in my titles. Like I've done 2 giveaways so far. I did not get that many views. Yeah, it's gonna be something. Oh, Gabriel, I hate when that happens. But yeah, the last 2 giveaways, like they did not pull that many views. I was hoping they'd pull a ton in, but they didn't. You know, I've got the giveaway happening now, and like I kind of watched it, and views weren't coming in very fast on it. Hopefully that number's picked up. I'll find out in a little while here. Like after the live stream's over, I'll be checking the views on the live stream and the cold steel video. I'll be checking my bank account to see if the money for the sharpness tester's in the bank yet. Like I'll be checking on everything. Sorry, I'm replacing my receptacle now. This is the 3rd one that we filled. Well, we filled up 2.5. The other one was half full from the last stream. Ugh. The ergos on this knife suck, brother. Oh, that's not good. That is not good at all. Yeah, again, like I had titles on the last couple. I did. I just did not title this one. I didn't know that was what was working so well. I tell you, one of the worst eyeball things that's happened to me. You mean Ozark Trail? The only other Ozark Trails I've tested were the Axis locks from Christmas. The other Ozark Trails there are all tip down carry. One thing you learn, I don't do tip down. I fucking hate carrying tip down knives, so I don't. The only reason that the last tip down I carried was because it was the cheapest knife I could find on Amazon, and I thought that would make some good videos. And I hated dealing with it being tipped down. Like, I can't stand carrying stuff that's tipped down. And if I'm not going to carry it and use it, I'm not buying it to review it. Oh, gotcha. Like, everything else I've seen at Walmart's been tipped down. Like, almost everything they sell is tipped down. They haven't learned their fucking lesson and just made them tip up. I just want them to make all their stuff tip up so that I can carry it and review it, because those are good for views. Like, sorry, I hate tip down, but we all live in sin. Like, I know some guys do prefer tip down carry. They just feel safer with it, but I have carried tip up for so long that if I pull it out of my pocket, I'm still handling it like it's tip up. And the tip down stuff I've got to fidget with for a while to get it lined up right. Oh God, this is painful. Like this is not the worst. This is not as bad as the ST-155, but God, this sucks. You could have gone with itty bitty tippy yuppie committee. Yeah, sorry about that. I know it squeaks once in a while. I don't really have a good way to do that. It's like every time I hear it squeak, I know you guys are getting punished. Like, yeah, and I mean, perfect DDC knives. Like, the bug out. A lot of guys hate it. That's a perfect EDC. The Ontario Rat 2, that's a perfect EDC. You know, my Devo Growler V2 prototype, that's a perfect EDC. But I'll tell you right now, even when I had just gotten this thing is so garbage that I didn't even want to fidget with it. Like, if you just got a knife that's new to you and you don't want to fidget with it, that's a piece of shit. Like, even when it was the only knife I had sitting next to me, I'd reach for it, I'd open and close it once or twice. I'm like, I don't like this. No, that's pretty wild. Yeah, I've still got to get a poverty spec aluminum. I've only got one with Damascus steel, and the handle is shredded carbon fiber and copper flakes. I love it, but I bought it. Now I'm too scared to carry it. Like, it's just so beautiful that I don't want to get that big scratch on the clear resin, because clear resin shows scratches so bad. Yeah, my Instagram feed, when I scroll through the video feed, it's like 90% women with offensively large breasts, and like I'm not even that upset by it. Yeah, that aluminum I got's like the better part of $100, and I don't want to destroy the finish on that clear resin. I don't. Clear resin is so bad about like scratches and dings. It looks like shit once it's got the first good ding in it. And it's like high gloss resin too. Cali boy, what's going on? Welcome back. How you doing, man? How are you doing? Fuck you, Tony the Tiger. You're going down. Oh. Ah. My hand hurts. Living in the outdoors. What's going on, man? Welcome. If you're trying to get kicked off, let's see what you got. Favorite cereal? You know, part of my past includes my teeth just falling apart on me, so I have to kind of pick and choose my cereal. But after I damn near shit myself to death, for some reason I developed a real affinity for just Rice Chex. I don't know why, but those things are fucking phenomenal. When I do want cereal, I go through a lot of that, and then I get tired of cereal, and then I never I don't touch it again for a long time. However, if you make some coffee and you put a bunch of creamer and sugar in there, you know, you make it taste kind of like liquid candy, and you use that instead of milk with shredded wheat, that's really fucking good. I'm trying to remember some of the other ones that I can eat right now. Like, I fucking miss granola. I miss granola so much. I've got a grand total of 9 teeth left in my head, and that means I can't really eat anything crunchy. Like, trying to eat something crunchy, where the gum line is, where teeth used to be, is significantly more painful than stepping on Legos, if that gives you any idea. OJ Galambos, I have not tested the Gerber Zilch. I have looked at it, but either... Let me take a look. Moses Waters, what's going on? We have got the Fox Edge FE044. That piece of shit that I just did the video on. The Camillus Keto lasted like 45 minutes on a brand new edge. So we got something else out to fill some more time out and get this just out of the way so I don't have to deal with it anymore. But let's take a look real quick. I'll be honest. I think I looked at the Zilch and other stuff kind of got in the way, and my luck with the cheap Gerbers hasn't been good. However, I'm going to make sure this is on my wish list, so I will get to it. Like for $21 for the lichen green, I can get down with that. It's like I do want Gerber to be good. I do want Gerber to be good. So here's the thing. All right. The dentures. I had dentures. However, not too long after I got my dentures, while I was still trying to get used to them and get used to them not being incredibly painful, because when you first start wearing dentures, they hurt like a motherfucker. I was dealing with those and learning them, and then my stomach went to shit. All right, I caught the worst case of diarrhea anyone's ever had. All right, that was running to the bathroom every 15 minutes. I have done some of those cheap Ozark Trail knives. I'll get to that. But every 15 minutes, just pushing the tip of my heart outside my body. After 7 days straight of this, I went to get help. I went to a gastroenterologist that all they did was give me an antibiotic that I said I was allergic to in the paperwork I gave them. I told them I was allergic to it. I got the prescription. I went home and I called them. I'm like, hey, y'all gave me something I'm allergic to. Like, I told you I was allergic to it. And they're like, nah, just try it out. It'll probably help. No, not only did it not help, but I was throwing up on top. Like, I was throwing up on top of everything. If I would have laid down on the ground sideways, I would have made a really gross spin art. So, like, I called them back and called them back and called them back, and they wouldn't return a phone call. They wouldn't answer the phone. So we ended up having to go to a different gastroenterologist. And we finally saw him, and that was at about the 20-day mark. 20 days of doing that in the bathroom, nonstop. We finally get seen by him, and then I think it was like 24 or 27 days before I finally got admitted to the hospital, and they gave me prednisone steroids to stop it from happening anymore. They gave me the steroids, and within about 30 minutes, I went to take the first leak that I had taken in about 3 weeks because I was so dehydrated. And after that, I was on incredible amounts of prednisone. Like, if you've ever gotten one of those steroid packs and you take that first day's worth, I was on more than that first day's worth daily for a few months. And I was so racked out from that I didn't make it out of bed. Like, I was completely shot. I had enough energy to basically get up and walk to the kitchen or get up and walk to the bathroom, and that was it. I was out of commission for about, I think, 9 months, basically. And during that whole time, the last thing I thought about was my dentures. And the cup they were sitting in with water to keep them moist dried out, and they grew a nice large mold colony on them. So I no longer have dentures. And I'm sure you guys forgot the question was about dentures. All right, KO, we'll see you in about 40 minutes. We still got some live stream to go, but we are, give or take, an hour in on this thing, so we're going to check and see how the edge is holding up. Or no, we're at, I think, about the 2-hour mark. We should be at around 2 hours. Yeah, it's just that first gastroenterologist, I don't know what the fuck they were thinking. Like, they truly did not give a shit. Like, they did not give a left piss. All right, so we're still doing good here. Yeah, so I mean, like, the goal was I was going to have dentures for a while and then go for a hybrid denture. You've basically got your plate, but it's bolted in. So you treat them like normal teeth. You don't got to take them out and leave them in a glass of water. You don't got to go through getting broken in on them. Oh no, I did not start pretty late. But like at some point, if we have the money, like it's another 15 to 30 grand away, but getting that hybrid denture and getting them bolted in would make my life so much better across the board. I can't afford to do it right now. But, I don't know. I don't know about 704. I have looked at 704. I've got something on my wish list from them. Gabriel, we started off with the Camillus Keto, and we got 45 minutes on the factory edge and 45 minutes on a fresh resharpened edge. So I practiced some hand sharpening on it. I got a really good edge on this thing for not having a lot of practice hand sharpening yet. So I did good there. And then we switched over to the fox edge to get it over with. Yeah, like, I want to get some 704 gear. I'd love for the guy to send me one to check out. But I'm not a big enough channel to really beg. It's not like me sending out a request. Epper Dingo, what's going on? Welcome. I hope I got that right. But you know, I'm not a big enough channel for someone to see like a benefit from me going, hey, you want to send me something for free to check out? Like, I don't have that level of exposure yet. I'm still surprised Jen Knives started working with me that early, but I am so grateful to him for it. But give me a second to let my hand rest here, because I think we started on this one at about 7:50. Yeah, we did at about 7:50. So we're around 2 hours of cut time in, so we should see the edge start to really deteriorate sometime soon here. But this is a pretty stout hollow grind, so it may last a bit longer. But it seems to be well heat treated HCR13, so we'll give them credit there. But that lock rock's getting so much worse. Sleepy, what's going on, man? Welcome. Yep, Days Feets. For $2, I'll put socks on. Then again, that may have been the last of the good cardboard cuts. Jen started to work with me a long time ago, man. The Ozark Trail is kind of a new thing. Like, that was what, like, in the last... That was like a month ago, something like that. Pepper Dingo. There we go. But, you know, that was a month ago. Jen's been working with me for a while. Like, I don't think I even had 1,000 subscribers yet when that happened. Which they're working on some new stuff right now that I can't wait to see. One of those things is going to be a button lock, and I can't wait to put one of those together and see how those things go together. Like, I understand how they work, but I haven't had one apart. Then again, this is starting to cut the cardboard like hell. So yeah, the edge is starting to deteriorate. Yeah, we're still on the factory edge right now. We got about 2 hours on the factory edge, give or take, which for HCR13 is right on track with what it's supposed to be. Like, we should be starting to see these bad cuts. Like, we should be seeing what we're seeing now. I've never even heard of the Gerber shark belly, my dude. Like, the only Gerber I've really tested like this was the Gerber Quadrant, and that thing sucks. Like, here's the thing, OJ. The Gerbers that I have gotten, they've been like the low price budget Gerbers, but they haven't been good. So I haven't really bought a lot of other low price Gerbers. The Zilch, that looks interesting. The Zilch, that may have enough of what I like going on to actually be a decent knife. That one I'm willing to take a chance on. But I have neither seen nor heard of the shark belly. Like, I don't have the money to throw around to be testing everything under the sun. Like, I don't think you understand how broke I am. Like, the guys watching the live streams are right now helping me fund getting to my Devo Stassa 23 Fireball. They're helping me out with that. never did like catfish too much, but I don't like fish very much unless they're in stick form. God almighty. I don't know if you can see how jacked up that is right now, but God almighty. This is so uncomfortable. Jesus Christ. Well, I'll look at the shark belly real quick. If Leatherman has just knives that are affordable, I'm interested in checking that out. However, a multi-tool, I don't have a good way day-to-day to use the rest of the tools. All right, I work at a grocery store. There's not really a good opportunity to put the rest of the tools on a multi-tool to use. The problem that creates is I don't have a good, if I don't have a good way to test out everything on it, then I can't do a fair review. I can't do anything with it, so there's no point in buying it. Yeah, it's just I don't have a way to like use the tools very often. It's like, and that's one thing I hate more than anything else is guys doing reviews that never actually use the knife for anything. They never actually do anything with it besides open and close it a couple times, and that's their full review. Like I hate that. That's why we do this. That's why I carry everything for a week after I buy it for the review. Like I actually carry it, use it, live with it, all that. But I was gonna look up the Gerber shark belly, see if that's anything I'm interested in. Yeah, I'm not big on serrated edges. Serrated edges kind of hold them back more than they help. Yeah, like I'm sorry, I'd rather do an honest review after using it. Find the short, because like there's a lot of shortcomings that can show up on a knife that you don't realize are there until after you carry them. Like this looks like it will be kind of inoffensive. However, if you had this in a pocket, this right here makes it incredibly annoying and somewhat painful to get around that into your pocket. How far apart these scales are, they hang up on everything else in your pocket and make it a pain in the ass to get anything out of your pocket, especially keys. Especially keys. They get caught in here and they don't want to let go. You wouldn't be able to tell just by looking at it that the ergos are as bad as they are. You'd probably think they're not great, but not this bad. Like, there's a lot you have to carry a knife to learn about it. And that's like one of the Ozark trails from Christmas. It was fucked up from the factory. Every single one is fucked up. Every single one. They did a bad job stamping them out of the factory. Every single one had an issue with it. And everybody doing reviews on it, they take it out of the box and they just, as a matter of fact, yeah, it's in here somewhere. It always is. Okay, here it is. So, this one had a problem. You see where the lock rides in a channel between the flipper tab and the rest of the knife? That was severely deformed coming out of the factory. All right, it was so bad that you would pull the lock in and try to flip it open and it would stick right here. You couldn't move it until you let the lock go. I had to take this apart and spend several hours taking it apart, hitting the inside of that channel with a belt grinder, putting it together, taking it apart to get it working right. But all guys did with this was literally, I lost track of the number of videos, the exact same thing. They'd pull it out of the box, they'd hit it with the flipper tab, and then close it two hands like this. About 4 times. and then they'd say, this is great. Like, get them for everybody you know. They're awesome. Not one did the thing you do with an axis lock. Not a single one of them just did that with it. They didn't do that. So they didn't even take the chance to figure out what the problem was. And I mean, it was every single one. Kyle Hick, what's going on? What's going on, man? Like, I'm complaining about this thing again. You know, that's part of why I do it the way I do it. You know, if I can't use it and put it to work, I'm not going to review it. Oh, that is disgusting. Tip down. Kids might be watching this. Tip down. Jesus Christ. Watch yourself. All right, Gabriel, I appreciate you. I appreciate you so much, man. Have a great night. We'll be back on next Friday. And when I'm on vacation, we may have a couple of bonus live streams thrown in there too. We'll see when that time gets here. I know there's like one or two tip downs that I'm willing to make an exception for, but I can't remember what they are at the moment. Well, fuck that cut. Yeah, like I'm gonna be off work for a week. Just my manager strongly suggested that I take a whole week off to burn off my vacation time. So I'm taking a week off. So there will probably be an extra live stream or two in the middle of there, just to again do this instead of sitting there being restless, and also try to get some viewers going on. I mean, the feet are still there. Haven't cut them off yet. But yeah, I know I've got one or two that I'll make an exception for the tip down rule for. I just cannot remember what the hell they were. I'd have to go upstairs and go through the pile of the good knives to find them. Aww. Oh, that's the tip down. Children might be watching this, man. That just landed on my toe. Behold the one commandment, thou shalt not carry tip down. Nah, if you like carrying tip down, that's fine, but we're gonna make fun of tip down carry. We will never not make fun of tip down. I can't even process a $600 knife being tempted like I was about to buy it. It was like I spent June, July, August, and September saving up for a $175 knife. You know, I can't process being on the cusp of pulling the trigger on that. Like I said, I'm like, you guys are making the fireball. You guys are making the fireball possible. I would carry tip down before I carried that ST-155 again. You are correct, sir. Jacob, what's going on, man? Good evening, sir. How you doing? Welcome and welcome. Woo! What, the ST-155? That ain't titanium. Nothing, bro. I hope that's not what you're asking about. But if you're the first person to recognize me at Blade Show Atlanta 2025, you get my Sativian ST155. What the hell, this thing started cutting all of a sudden? No. So the Fireball isn't in titanium. You have got fat carbon scales or the camo carbon in black pearl carbon, electric blue, and the 80s camo. Look up Devo X Stasa 23 Fireball. The 80s camo has my attention. Oh, I'm sure you'll be able to recognize that. Yeah, the Fox said shitbox. Evasive floppy disk, I hope to God I see you at Blade Show. I hope to God. I'm gonna piss you off by wearing shoes. No, no, Jesus slippers. I think this thing might be cooked. Yeah, we're gonna call this cooked at like 2 hours, basically. You know, I'd like to have some of those slippers that are shaped like bass for no reason, but I do have slippers that are basically, they look like tennis shoes, more or less. I have not used the Buck 382. I haven't rocked the Crocs in ages. Like right now, if I'm at home, I'm barefoot. I can't wear Crocs at work, so they're kind of pointless. Actually, last year I wore a nice pair of Adidas shoes. I'm actually going to save this for the aftermath video. Oh my God. No. No tip down cardboard slayer. Yeah, and see, that's the thing is like I've spent decent money on some knives, at least for me is decent money, and I wind up scared to carry them. But this here, I spent more money on this than I've spent on anything else out of my own pocket, and I don't give a shit about carrying it. Like, my keys leave residue all over this thing, and I don't care. Like, it can get scratched up. I don't give a shit. No, nobody's paid for socks yet. Like, everyone's been helping out with the fund for the Fireball, but no one's paid me to put socks on yet. Oh yeah, pocket sword. I'm gonna tell you right now, that is my favorite knife in my collection at the moment. And yeah, like you can carry it. Like it is perfectly fine to carry outside of the weight. Let's check the cutout on the paper. Yeah, she cooked. All right, socks it is. Socks it is. Let's get these lined up. Get on my foot. I'm not sure why I'm taking the time to put them on right, because I'm sure someone's going to pay to have them taken off again in like 3 minutes here. On there. Oh yeah, she cooked. Okay. We got socks. Thank you for the $2 super chat, by the way. So the question here is, one, I'm going to tighten this up. Actually, tell you what we're going to do. We're going to take this apart and work on the lock rock. Give me another T8. I do not have any Loctite. I typically don't touch it. Like, I typically won't mess with Loctite. Part of it is I don't want to make the mess. Cali boy, have a good night. I appreciate you being here so much, dude. Ah, shit. Okay, so Darren Haggerty, I don't think I said hi to you. How you doing, man? If you have lock rock and it's an issue with your lock not making full contact with the back of the blade, you can take this and flex it a little farther past where it's comfortable to go. Like right here, we might have it flexed a little bit too much. But now, oh yeah, and see, they didn't mill out a spot for the bearings on here. There's a little spot on the blade, but nothing on here. That's part of why it sucks so hard. And the pivot is not captive. It is free floating. Okay, I think we're about at the outer limits of what that'll tolerate. Let's get her put back together. Oh, I know. They're not meant to slide that far over. All right, I know that. I have dealt with enough of these. However, the lock on this is so poorly set up that that's what you have to do to get the lock to fully engage. Now there's no lock rock. Like, the lock rock is fixed. Like, the lock is still centered enough on here, but there's no more lock rock now. So that's the thing, is I pushed it a little too far for the blade not being attached to the knife, so it had room to rock, turn sideways. But now there's no lock rock, and it's not really, it is over a little bit far, but it's not like catastrophically far. So like if it would have been like this out of the box, that would have given it some more points. But I mean, it's not that far past center. And like, I would still trust this lockup. So I mean, stuff like that is simple enough to fix. That's just like the Gerber quadrant. I had to take this and push it the other way and loosen it up some for the detent to start working better. Now the question is, do we do more hand sharpening on this, or do we break out the precision adjust? What do we think? Hand sharpen or precision adjust? Oh, so I'm saving up for the the Devo Extasa 23 collaboration fireball knife in 80s carbon. Or 80s candy, 80s camo carbon. Words are hard. All right, that's enough votes for hand sharpening. We're going to hand sharpen. I'll get some more practice on that. Oh yeah, no, the all steel gets so that thing is going to be right at $200. That'll be dropping on October 17th at 1 p.m. You know, I just caught the Leonard Bro No Caprio. That's actually kind of funny. I'm not sure how much I'm at this point. Like I was at around $98, and then some guys have thrown some extra stuff in. Over the course of the stream, I'm not sure how much, but anything over gets kind of rolled back into next month for something else. I'm not sure what the next thing I'm going to get for the channel is going to be. I don't know yet. Oh, let's get the box. That was a little scary. All right. Come on. Did someone send a super chat for socks? Someone sent one to put them on, but I didn't see one to take them back off. Oh, yeah, you sure did. Thank you for pointing that out. I wish you would have said something sooner. Okay. Socks are back off. It's like the super chats are going. Yeah, I didn't see that. Sorry, I was preoccupied with other stuff. Next time, say something sooner if I miss it. The hell was I about to say? No, so like the super chat stuff, the super chats especially are going back into the channel. The ad revenue and stuff like that's going to be going to me to help pay bills and shit. Yeah, let's. You know, it's kind of my grail-ish knife right now. The Mayhem was aspirational, still reachable. The Hogue Misto is my next like big purchase. Well, one more good point on this thing. The thumb stud stays out of the way on the sharpening block. See, this is why I do this. I found another good point on this thing. Yeah, I don't think this edge bevel was all that clean from the factory. Now, I would say the Tenacious is about maybe $35 or $30. God, I'm almost there. Jesus. Yeah, I mean it's not the first time. OJ, I don't test fixed blades because I can't really carry them. Where I work, fixed blades are a no-go. So I can't really carry them and do a lot with them. No, I live in America. However, I can't really like. There are still things like dress codes and stuff like that at jobs. Wow, there's like, I don't know how well it shows. There's a little tiny spot right here that's like a chip out or something. Yeah, trust me. If I could carry a fixed blade at work, I would, because that would be a whole new thing to do. It's like there was a company that reached out to me and offered to keep sending me stuff to review, but it's all fixed blades. Like they don't have any folders, so I can't really do a whole lot with them, unfortunately, much as I'd like to. Let's start working on the other side and see. But fixed blades basically give me like twice as much content creation. Like I could do 2 weeks worth of videos at the same time, easily. And then not have to stress so hard about, you know, constantly having to have stuff to use. Wow. Like I'm not surprised by oh, I work at a grocery store, dude. I'm a team lead. But yeah, like I know felons, the laws around knives are a little bit odd, for obvious reasons. And I genuinely can't tell you how much of a pain in the ass this is, having to look through a gap in a ring light to try to see what you're doing on this. Bro, clean is a fucking big deal, man. I got 14 years clean. I know how hard it was just to get that first one done. Like, I know how hard it was to get the first one done. Jesus fucking Christ. Chicago used to be a much better place. That's where you could send letters to Scruff McGruff. Scruff McGruff, Chicago, Illinois, 60652. That just unlocks somebody's core memory. Yeah, like I am straight edge clean, like off of every fucking thing. Like I promise you I could not manage marijuana. I couldn't manage a marijuana maintenance plan. It's not saying you can't do it, it's saying I can't do it. The only caveat there is if I wind up with cancer and I decide to fight it, I promise you I am taking advantage of every tool at my disposal, including THC. God, this last little bit of blue won't go away. No, it was McGruff the crime dog. I said that hit somebody that totally forgot about that shit. Yeah, no, if I gotta take the opioids, the opiates, and smoke pot to not feel pain and be able to eat while I'm going through that shit, no. See, here's the thing. I didn't get clean to be miserable. If I gotta deal with cancer, every fucking tool at my disposal. God. Yeah, like I've had to take pain meds a couple of times in recovery, and mine was keeping a written log of everything. I had 2 or 3 people I called on a regular basis to let them know what was happening. I also had the wife who knew she needed to keep an eye on it and monitor it too. So I had several layers of accountability, and when you take meds like that as they're prescribed, you don't get that profound psychotropic effect because, you know, they're not supposed to do that at a medically recommended dose. So my ass is like, sweet, I'm getting a free one here. No. Koski06, what's up? We're not using Windex, but we are almost done with the noisy part. The rest of this will go fast and quiet. I'm not even sure you're supposed to use liquids on this one. I really don't know. Yeah, I mean, there's a reason if you're in a 12-step program, the magic book has instructions for dealing with taking pain medication. And to be fair, this sharpening block cost me like $7 at Harbor Freight, so I've got no idea. Yeah, if you can get by without them, you know, it's in your best interest to do so. But there are times where you really need them. It's like, trust me, I'm in a 12-step program and I see people lose the fight all the damn time. Like, I haven't been doing my part. I haven't been going to meetings for quite a while now because my work schedule's been pure garbage. But I need to take myself to one tomorrow. Like, for the first time, fucking overdue. But fortunately, like, doing these live streams has also been kind of a way to keep myself from being 100% isolated, because if I wasn't doing this, I would be sitting in my bed watching YouTube every hour I'm not at work. I would not be doing anything else. That is a damn good looking bevel. Maxilla, what's going on, man? So that's the bevel on this side. That's the bevel on this side. I need a few more passes on this side at 300 and we can flip it. I like it. Well, like normally I'm running the precision adjust, but we're on cheap knives that I can learn how to sharpen on. I'll probably hang around for a while. Like I'm not completely shot yet. I don't know how long. I make my own juice. I am currently working on trying to develop a good cinnamon coffee cake. Like this is I mean, Illumin, you can just do the thing. You don't have to keep pushing everybody for it. If you got a good one, just do it. Dude, sorry, man. Nausea sucks. But I've got vanilla cupcake and cinnamon Danish swirl mixed in here, and I'm trying to get a good cinnamon coffee cake, streusel, whatever you want to call it. Okay, we move on to 400 grit. There is so much metal dust packed in this thing, Jesus Christ. What's that? The rectum game? No, that's my thing. That's my thing. It's like, you know, James and the Giant Rectum, Attack of the 50-Foot Rectum. A Tom Hanks movie from a while ago, The Green Rectum. Oh, Jacob, yeah, thank you for being here. I think I missed you because I've been staring at my sharpening block and not the chat. On to 600 grit. right, that is I think that's about all that Smith & Wesson knife is good for. Holding a sharpening block still. I need to build a better sharpening stand to just place on here that can hold these things without it being janky like a cardboard box or something. I didn't break the burr off on the sharpening block. Give me a second here. Oh. Old TV show, Sex in the Rectum. Come on, y'all. That was a good one. That was a good one. Sex in the Rectum. That's a good one. Okay, so that's got the burr broken off. Which, if y'all don't know what I was doing, this is from Outdoors 55. Basically, you drag it very gently backwards across your finest stone and make passes until the burr is all gone. So at 600 grit, we should be cutting nice. Then again, maybe I didn't do a good job finishing this one. I don't think I did. It feels sharp. I don't know. Let's drop it. See how it does. You could have gone with the honey rectums. That would have been funnier. Also, the wonder rectums. We could have done that. I know we've already done the men who stare at rectums, but that's still a funny one. Trevor, what's going on? Yes, the vape. Yes, the vape. I need my emotional support nicotine. Throw rectum from the train. Deep blue rectum. Say what you will, but I'll be honest, vaping hurts me way less than smoking did. It's not the nicotine that really does the damage, it's all the carcinogens from lighting something on fire. You know, we had talked about something happening to your eyes a while back. I think Punisher had something happen. And I was going to say, one of the weirdest ones I've had happen to my eye is I was wearing safety glasses on top of regular glasses. I lit a cigarette, and a strong gust of wind hit and blew a chunk of the cherry under both pairs of glasses straight into my eyeball. Got any idea how much that sucked? Goonies never say rectum? That's kind of funny. Yeah, we did a wrinkle in rectum. That's always a good one. That is always a crowd pleaser. And of course, if you weren't here for the last one of my favorites, the rectum of the Christ. He diarrheaed for our sins. I am so glad Pastor Josh didn't poke his head in right that second. Southern Arms Channel, what's going on, man? You walked in on us acting like absolute 11-year-olds. So we're doing the rectum game. You replace a single word in a movie title, song title, book title, whatever, with the word rectum and see how funny it can get. Why, thank you, sir. They are the feet of a hardworking man. They've become enough of a fixture of the channel that now, for $2, I'll put socks on, and then for the next $2, I'll take them back off. That is where my life has gotten me. But yeah, what we've been doing is we've been cutting cardboard until the edge gets wrecked, and like every other 8CR13, this lasted about 2.5 hours. So I took some time to practice hand sharpening. We've done that one a bunch of times. Like I've done this a lot with coworkers to pass time while we're closing the store down. So I think I've heard just about everything. But you also could have done a Little Red Riding Rectum. That would have been a good one. The judges would have also accepted that. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, The Secret of the Rectum. Oh, Miss Rectum Fire's not too bad. Yeah, you're welcome to join in, man. Like, this is a lot of fun. Like, if you would have caught this earlier, we started with the Camillus Keto, and this is supposed to be 420 stainless. It took 45 minutes to kill the edge. This is some of the worst performance I've ever seen. So we switched over to the Fox Edge FE044 because I wanted to get this out of the way. I hate this knife. It sucks. It's 8CR13. It did what 8CR13 does. Like the live stream's been going for 6 hours now. Yeah, no rectum for old men. That's always a crowd pleaser. I love that one. I can't tell whether stranger rectums or rectum things is better. So we haven't done our Benchmade bug out in S30V yet. I am planning on doing that, however, about the middle of October when I'm on vacation, so that I can rest beforehand and rest afterwards, because I will tell you right now, doing this just for 6 hours will kill you. We've done 8 hours and 48 minutes. That tore me to pieces. So we are going to do this with Benchmade bug out. And the guys in the chat are helping fund picking up the Devo Stassa 23 Fireball. That's an S90V, so we're going to have to do Cardboard Slayer with that. That's going to be a load. Like, that's going to be an absolute grind. But part of the reason I'm working on developing hand sharpening skills is, like, I want to do Cardboard Slayer on my Cold Steel Mayhem, but I don't trust myself enough yet to sharpen it and have it come out right. And I don't know if my Precision Adjust Elite will hold it and not let it move while I'm trying to sharpen it on that. Because I tried that shit with the 4MAX Scout, and it wouldn't hold on to it tight enough to let it actually work. Now, see, if you would have gone with Rectum Angry starring Amber Turd, that would have been the way to go. No, see, you should have done the Babysitter's Rectum. And again, with only having stones up to 600 grit, I can't really get this to a completely mirrored polish, but it is reasonably shiny. Here's my bevel off of that. So it's probably one of the better bevels that I've gotten. It's not perfect, but it's really close to looking factory. I thought you were doing Time Bandits when I first read that. No. You should have done Freddy's Rectum the Final Nightmare. Ooh, Top Rectum's making some implications there. Yeah, so where I couldn't get in and get rid of all that blue marker, I've got a bit of a snag, but that's a good edge. No, you should have gone with the Texas Rectum Massacre. Come on, man. Come on, get it together. Get it. The Texas Rectum Massacre is far funnier. That one, Scott Pilgrim versus the Rectum, is a good one. That is solid. That is a solid entry. I like it. Let's see how I do with this flyer paper. Oh, yeah. No one's done Journey to the Center of the Rectum yet, I don't think. Oh, that is so nice. 50 Shades of Rectum. I don't think we've hit that one yet. Of course, we could do the Rectum of the Jedi. No, like Star Trek, I like doing Star Trek: The Quest for, or is that Superman 2? The Quest for Rectum. And one of those is the Quest for Rectum. All right, let's see how we're shaving. So we definitely doing some shaving. Yeah, this came out good. Like, I'm getting better at this. Like, the bevel looks good on both sides. It's not a perfect match on both sides, but it's good. I think up here at the tip, it's not quite as well done as the middle and the tip and middle on this side, but that's the only mistake I have here, and it's not that big a one. This is still a better edge that came from the factory by a lot. So we've done that, and we've done this. Now, what's next, gentlemen? What is next? That was a nice, just the tip. Ugh. Now, Dungeons and Rectums makes a completely different statement than Rectums and Dragons. Ooh, I don't think we did Saving Private Rectum. Pineapple Rectum's a little bit better. That candle has turned to nothing but liquid wax. That's been going for a hot minute. Yeah, I think I always went with the Fast and the Furious Tokyo Rectum. That one always seemed to be funnier. Oh, the lock is sliding over all the way now. But there's no lock rock. It's still a firm lockup. There's still plenty of material contacting. I always did Fury Rectum on that. And then, of course, you got Mad Max, the Rectum Warrior. That's also good. Home Alone, Lost in Rectum. That old Tom Selleck movie, 3 Minute and a Little Rectum. Travis, what's going on, man? Welcome, welcome. You walked in on us being absolute 11-year-olds. Like, just absolute 11-year-olds. Yeah, the numbers on this have been way lower than normal. Like, the viewer count has been way lower. I'm guessing it's because I didn't put a title on this one. That's the only thing different so far. But, you know, we're still having a good time. But we need to find something else to play with now. What can we play with? Like, you guys saw how easy it is to fix a lot of the problems this thing had. You know, now this thing has turned into a passable knife. You know, it's got a new edge. The lock rock's gone. The side-to-side blade play is gone. It does not fix the pocket clip. It does not fix the ergonomics. But this has turned into at least an abuse and abandon knife. Like, this is now a tackle box knife or something like that. But we need something else to play with now. What is the most garbage thing I can think of that we haven't screwed up yet? Let's see, do we have any super budget showdown knives left that are interesting? So we got the Camillus Keto right here. Or no, the Camillus Wedge, not the Keto. And I kind of don't want to do this one. No, the wood scale will not improve the ergos. The problem we have isn't the scale, it's that the gap right here is so wide. Because they did mill out a small spot in the blade for the bearings, but they didn't mill out a spot in the liners. So, or the frame. They didn't mill out a spot in the frame. So they couldn't pull this in tighter. If these weren't so far apart, it wouldn't hurt nearly as much to use. Wouldn't be nearly as bad. Let's see, is there anything left from Timu Geddon? The oil slick knife. We've played with that one a few times. Like, we've played with our oil slick knives. They're, you know, so-so. What's left in the Timu Geddon box? Let's see, the only problem with these, like, this has been through a minor cardboard slayer. They've all gone through about 500 cuts on cardboard. The Chongming, that was just uncomfortable as hell all the way across. This one was a lot of fun. I'm trying to find another painted blade like this one so that we can do this and watch the paint deteriorate as we go. Because that was fun. That was a lot of fun. If I remember right, this thing kind of sucked the whole time. This was painful as hell. This is a clone of a Free Tiger or something else, and this was just uncomfortable the whole time. It just sucked. And you can kind of tell this one has been sharpened. This got run through a cardboard slayer. Oh yeah. No, like this one actually won Teamugeddon. This one won Teamugeddon. Like it flips out smooth. The liner works good. Everything about this was good enough. And I didn't run this to the point of completely trashed edge, but the paint wore off as I went. Are we gonna go with Isakea? Welcome. How you doing? But yeah, like I had fun because I wanted to see the paint wear off. I thought I was like, and apparently my cuts are biased to one side because the paint's all gone on this, but it's still here on this one. I have been looking for another painted knife to do this to so that, again, during the live stream, we can watch the paint deteriorate as we go. I just haven't found the right one yet. Everything has been tipped down. Everything has been tipped down. What else do I have floating around? Do I have a hoodie or something around here? Yes, I'm sitting on one. The war room gets really, really cold. Yeah, no. Like, I've got the whole playlist. I carried Temu knives for 10 whole weeks to do a video series. And we were going to find out which one was the best. And I got to tell you, that was kind of a miserable grind. It's kind of miserable. Do I have anything compelling over here? I tell you what, guys. I've got this thing that I made out of a random piece of God knows what steel. It has not been used since I made it like 13 years ago. And when we lost air conditioning and the basement got stupid humid, rust started showing up. Yeah, I mean, the grind might have been biased a little bit. Yeah, I don't know whether or not I used hardenable steel for it. I'm not going to lie. So, let's see how it cuts paper. If it cuts it at all. So I tell you what, we're going to break out the belt grinder. We're going to sharpen it. We're going to put as much of an edge on this as we can. And I'm not spending 3 hours doing it. Yeah, this homemade thing is kind of trash. This was me kind of playing around with the forge and seeing what I could do with it when I had no clue what I was doing. This is something I made right after I got my forge and had no clue what I was doing. I don't know what steel this is. You can see the dragon scaling on here where I overheated it. And I did that probably 13 years ago. And again, that month that we spent with no air conditioning at the hottest fucking part of summer, that put rust on some stuff, including this. That should be good enough. Yeah, no, state prisons, fuck that. Like, I know I've seen enough about state prisons to know, like, you don't get air conditioning, you don't get shit. That's part of why I was talking about it earlier. Like, yeah, it got to 88 degrees in the house. Um, it was terrible, but you know, I was talking about it earlier. I am too much of a fucking lightweight to go to prison. I know that. But if I am going to commit crime, it's going to be like fraud or something where I go to federal prison and not state prison. That much I can promise you. Yeah, we're fixing to just play with this thing. And yeah, like you really got to kind of fuck up. You got to really fuck up to burn the heat treatment off an edge with a belt sander like this. You seriously got to fuck all the way up. Yeah, that's kind of bullshit. Yeah, if I'm going to prison, it's going to be a federal. That much I know. Hey, I will make sure whatever crimes I commit, federal prison crimes. I tell you what, though, you guys are probably going to have to bear with me for a minute. I'm going to go to the wire wheel and get this rust knocked off because I don't really feel like getting that all over my hands. Actually, you know what? We'll see if the cardboard takes the rust off. I doubt it, but it might. KO, welcome back. Oh yeah. No, no, the aggressive edges, the toothier edges definitely do a lot more of a working edge type deal. But I've found that mirrored edges on this particular task extend the life of the blade by a noticeable margin. A noticeable margin. Okay, let's put you somewhere out of my way. Just go back here for now. We're getting somewhere. We're getting somewhere. Now we can strop this monster. Like, I am sure there's a task this thing would be cut out for if I knew whether or not it was hardenable steel, like heavy chopping or something like that. Um, we might as well do a leg hair test while I still got a little bit of leg hair left. So like I'll finish off a really good game and then it's like I don't know what the fuck to do now. That's like when I lost Destiny 2. I still haven't really found a good main. Like I will play the piss out of some Fortnite whenever I'm in the mood for it. But you know, I haven't found something to truly replace Destiny 2 with, and I hate the fact that Bungie fucked that all up. I hate the fact that Bungle fucked that game up so bad. And I don't know if we're going till the edge on this fails, but we're going to have fun seeing how well it handles being put to some work. Yeah, like, I can't believe after that, like, I don't know if you played through Deepstone Crypt. I fucking loved that raid. I completed it 27 times with no raid weapon drop. I'm still salty about that. But I fell out for a little while and then they're like, oh yeah, we fixed everything, but now you gotta spend another $100 to get the full game. Because fuck you, that's why. That's not a knife. Captain Falcon, what's going on, man? Welcome back. I'm pretty sure I haven't said hi to you yet. And Sonny Bonaweg, what's up? This is a strop. I'm not going to switch hand side to side. I do the forward and backward on that. It takes care of me. This is a lot easier than pushing across the strop. Now, when I'm on a stone, when I'm sharpening on a stone, it'll go this way. I will push on a stone, but this is just a strop. It's leather with diamond paste. Z1 Pax, what's going on? This is just something I made when I first got my forge and I was screwing around and I didn't know what I was doing. You can tell by the surface I overcooked the hell out of it before quenching it. I don't even know if this is hardenable steel. I did this like 13 or 14 years ago. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of it. But I figured we've already done 2 knives and ruined the edge on 2 knives. So we're going to play with this and see if it'll cut and if it'll hold an edge. You know, right now we're just screwing around. Because I'm not dead yet. And I'm still in good enough shape to keep the live stream going for a while longer. Like, the live stream's been 6.5 hours long. Yeah, a lot of guys do that. Like I said, I'm just doing what works for me. You know, everybody's got something a little different. There's not necessarily a wrong way to strop unless you're holding it way off of your angle or something like that. Like, there's not really an entirely wrong way to strop as long as it's knocking your burr off and refining your edge. Husky, what's going on? So we have ruined the edge on 2 knives so far. I was looking for something interesting and I found this. I made this back when I first got my forge and had no clue what I was doing. And you can kind of tell it's just a chunk of steel with a small bevel on the edge right here. So we're playing with this thing until I'm ready to shut the stream down. I'm not totally wiped out yet, so we can keep going. Now let's see if I was able to get it sharp enough. Hello. Okay, we got something we can work with here, guys. So this is why you invest in good sharpening equipment, right here. This is not the toothy cut. Like, this is a mirror polished edge. It is as fine as I can get it. So yeah, we can party. Let me get some more nicotine in me. We're gonna go. What's a knife for testing? I'm not buying anything right now, but I'm always interested in what people are finding. Yeah, like, this is definitely going to be an experience. Like I said, you can kind of see here the dragon scaling and the bubbles on that. I overheated the shit out of it. Because I promise you, when I heat treated it, I just jammed it in the forge and left it there, which means the flame was blasting one part of it and the rest of it heated up. So there's part of this that is super overheated. There is a part of it somewhere. Kevin Rodriguez, what's up? So, there are channels that will show you how to make a knife for like next to nothing with an angle grinder, a file, a little matte gas torch, and some patience. It can be done. No, I did not try to shape it after the forge. Like I said, I had no idea what the hell I was doing when I made this. No idea. So my feelings aren't going to be hurt if you make fun of this thing. If you want to talk shit about it, go right ahead. I'm going to talk shit about it because I had no clue what the fuck I was doing when I made this. Kiradashi's. I know it's over here. Now, when I had a better idea what I was doing, I was playing around with making my own Damascus, and this thing would have been great if it didn't delaminate right here. But Kiradashi's, I made this one for myself. This was the first piece of Damascus I ever made. Yeah, dude, I've got an anvil. I've got like 3 forges. I got a 2x72 belt grinder. I've got some drill presses. Like, as a matter of fact, I got one of my blacksmithing hammers right here that I commissioned a friend of mine to make for me. But this is Otis. This is one of my blacksmithing hammers. Oh, I'm not spending money on Smith & Wesson, bro. Not doing it. The only time I spent my money on a Smith & Wesson knife was for Yeah, Otis, I wish I would have made that, but a friend of mine makes art hammers, and he made a couple of really badass ones that were stupid expensive, so I asked him to do that because it's simple and it was affordable. The hammers I've made myself, I have a couple of really nice ones, and then I have some turd on a stick hammers. So I've made some decent hammers and I made some crap ones. As a matter of fact, I have a hammer that I made with one of my friends that was on Forged in Fire. I made it at his place. That's the same shop where on his episode, this was a I make these and I'll pray over them. I'll put the good juju on them and I'll send them out to friends. And one of these was on his forge or on his hydraulic press in the background of his episode of Forged in Fire. Oh yeah, Otis is great. That's my kind of angry. I'm not as rapey, but that kind of anger is my kind of anger. So when I first got my forge, I made this and I had no clue what the fuck I was doing. So we're breaking this out. This thing, the 8CR13 did what 8CR does. Nah, dude, like I said, make fun of this shit. But I fixed the lock rock on it. I fixed the side-to-side blade play, all that. The edge took 2.5 hours. The ergos were garbage, but it's sharp now, and it's in better shape than it was when I started. Now, let's see if we're shaving. Where'd it go? We're shaving. I'm not shaving in a hair heavy area anymore. This bald patch is giant now. How's Bugger Flick? Bugger Flick, what? Booger Flick? You mean this thing? I said this thing ate 2.5 hours. It did what 8CR13 does. I'll let it be smooth. Now, let's see how this thing does with cardboard. Yeah, bushcraft, I don't even know if this thing was hardenable steel. I don't know what the hell I made this out of. But when the AC went out and the humidity went on, Joseph, what's up, man? How you doing? How is it going? Yeah, we've done House of 1,000 Rectums. That's a really good one. And of course, you've got the Devil's Rectums. But I don't know what steel I made this out of or nothing. I was just playing with the steel and working on hammering this side in to bring this tip out. And that's about all I know. So we know we're shaving. We know we're cutting paper. That's not a bad cut. It's not the best cut we've ever had, but it is pushing through the cardboard. This is an absolute wedge. It wasn't a mower blade. This might have been a piece of leaf spring. Oh God, this was like 13 years ago or something like that. Like, this is like 2012, maybe 2013. And like, Wilderness Bushcraft can tell you exactly what I did wrong here, just off of that surface. It's not my first, but it is an early one. Like, no guidance, no nothing, just going at it. I know this thing ain't gonna be fun to cut with. Like I said, this is like cutting with an axe. No, like this surface right here, I overheated the piss out of it. Oh, I haven't done that one before, Punisher. Good one. At least I don't think I did. I just can't believe this is actually cutting it, like without tearing most of it. No, that was that was my small forge, the little that little knife making forge that I got. You know which one I'm talking about. Oh my god. We're not going to get too deep into this. This is so hard to push through stuff because it's done so bad. Yeah, that little atlas. No, I don't forge right now. Like, my desire to be in there is not great enough for me to feel comfortable playing with stuff like that. Like, if your head's not in the game, you're gonna hurt yourself. This thing is too much of a slab with no bevel on it. It's not cutting worth a shit. It's sharp, but I can't push this through that much cardboard. Like, did y'all see how much work that took? Bruh. We'll finish this panel off, but at least we learned something interesting. Yeah, this ain't gonna work. I wish it would. I wish it would. I need a bevel ground on here. Like, I kind of hammered a little bit of a bevel in that goes up to about here, but that's not, there's no real bevel on this thing. It needs to be just kind of a full flat all the way to the top. That's not happening. It is not going to happen. Like, this thing is not getting any more work on it. Let me see if there's something else I've got floating around that I made that might be more worthy of playing with. See, I didn't make that. I was like, we've done a couple of knives that I've made. We've done a couple. They weren't great. They were not great. They didn't get great heat treatments on them. That's not going to be fun. No, stuff I've made that we haven't done yet. I'm pretty sure this one I made with a Forged in Fire winner. All right, Punisher. We'll see you later. I showed them Otis. I haven't really gotten into the rest of the hammers yet. But I believe I made this with a Mark Hopper. He is a Forged in Fire champion. I used to hang out with that guy a lot. At least he remembers me. Oh, there's no edge on this thing at all. There is not. All right, well, I'm not going too ham on that. Like, this was also my first attempt at making a sheath, which also is so crap. This is so crap. Dude, Mark is awesome. Like, he was a ton of fun to hang out with. Like, I want to get back out to Gotenhammer, but they've moved out to Douglasville. That is a fucking haul. That is a fucking haul and a half. And now I'm pretty sure you have to book time in advance because he's gotten so popular. Let me stick my head out in the shop and see if we got anything laying out there. Guys, bear with me for a minute. I'll also grab a couple of hammers. Yeah, sorry guys, I was trying to find one of the hammers that I made with one of my friends was on Forged in Fire. Is missing in action. I got to clean the shop up to find it. Well, I showed him the Damascus failure on that little neck knife that I was making, but here's one that I made in Ohio. This was a hammer making class that I did with Alex Hanneman of Hanneman's Forge, and I put a Purple Heart handle on here, which don't do. Purple Heart transfers so much shock. It is uncomfortable as shit to work with. And when I said my first hammer was like a turd on a stick, I'm not kidding. This thing works great as a hammer. It's a great round flat, but turd on a stick. Because I didn't have a guillotine tool or a fuller, so I just kind of peened everything out, and I peened in a good hammer eye and all that, but turd on a stick. And this thing has definitely wailed on some steel. It works. Ugly as hell, but it works. And like the hammer I made with James Davis, that thing is super nice. It is somewhere in the shop. I got to clean the shop up to find it. Fuck. I'll tell you what though, we're going to give it a few minutes and start winding things down because now I am very, very tired. The stream is almost 7 hours old. Yeah, we have done as much as we can do. So tomorrow we'll do the aftermath video on the keto, and then the day after maybe we'll do the aftermath video on the Fox Edge. 7 hours is not a bad run, KO. I don't have something keeping me here until the 8-hour mark. I don't. And also, the basement is cold. The basement is now cold. So I am ready to go upstairs, turn on the space heater, and just warm myself back up. I am going to be, like, when I get this cold, I'm going to be cold for a while. But I did find another good quality about the Fox Edge. If you're going to hand sharpen, the thumb stud doesn't get in the way. So that was nice. Yeah, like I said, we give it about 10 more minutes. Oh yeah, that drop bear. I'd love to buy it, but I've already got a drop bear, so there's no point. My drop bear is Nitro V2. We know what Nitro V does. So I've already got that thing, but in clear instead of blue. Kaiser makes some good stuff. Like, Kaiser is good quality. I'm sure Kaiser has released a bomb or two that just ain't that good as far as ergonomics or carry comfort or something. But Kaiser's quality blades. Like, I've got the Kaiser Fighter on my list of something to buy and test out. They're $30. They look like great knives. The one I got to handle at Blade Show felt really good. So there is that. So yeah, like if you want a Kaiser, I do recommend getting one. Oh yeah, I assume you're broke now. All the money that I had saved up went up on the Mayhem. But yeah, for those of you that haven't seen this thing before, this is my new favorite knife. Like, my favorite knives are the Benchmade Bugouts and this. Like, as far as just favorite knives, like, I got a bunch of other knives that are really, really neck and neck with the Bugout for favorite. It's hard to call just one. But yeah, this is, right now, my favorite knife that I own. And I saved up for like 4 months to get this. Yeah, like, I know you flip knives. You do pretty good with that. But yeah, this thing is absolutely nuts. And I do carry it. Like, I am carrying this thing at work as we speak. Like, not right this minute, but, you know, I've already carried it for a couple of days. I'm doing my review week on it. So at the end of the week, next Thursday or Friday, keep an eye out for the video on this. And I don't know yet whether I'm doing a cardboard slayer on it, just because I don't know if I have a good way to, like, I don't know if the clamp on the Precision Adjust is even going to think about handling this much weight without the blade moving around. That's what, I mean, every time you talk about flipping one, you've made a few bucks. But I don't know whether the clamp on the Precision Adjust can actually handle this much weight. It didn't like it on the 4MAX Scout. And I don't want to try to sharpen this and come up with a bad job on it. I don't. eBay is kind of a tougher place to sell stuff. And like, you've got a very, very crowded field of competition on eBay. And like, I love how it's impossible to tell like the sheer scope of this thing on video. Like, that is a 6-inch blade. That is a 6-inch blade. Like, I saw a lot of videos on it, and I watched a lot of coverage about it just because, like, the second Cold Steel announced it, I had to own one. But you can't process it till you have it in hand. Like, just how big this thing actually is. But if you want a good laugh, look how comically tiny the pocket clip is on this thing. It is fucking hilarious. Like, it is fucking hilarious how small this pocket clip is. Like, this pocket clip is for a normal size knife. Yeah, this is an absolute monster. And, like, I'm actually carrying it and using it. And, yeah, like, if anyone asks, it's so I can feel safe walking across the parking lot to my truck at 10:30 at night. But in reality, it's just because it's fun. I mean, the pocket clip works. It needed to be larger. It was like the 4MAX Scout. Let me grab this thing. The 4MAX Scout. The pocket clip on this one is much more substantial than this. And this needs the much more substantial pocket clip this has on it. And unfortunately, they're not interchangeable. I don't know if I'm going to find an aftermarket pocket clip for this one that has this screw pattern on it, because that's also a little bit of a flaky screw pattern. I don't know if they're doing that just so aftermarket pocket clips are harder to get. Yeah. But, you know, the important thing is I finally got it. Like, I'll keep an eye out for aftermarket pocket clips to see if something bigger shows up. I'm not sure. I would almost say a deep carry pocket clip would be good, but I will say the amount of dingus end you have hanging off of this makes it easy to pull out of the pocket. So I can't really argue with that. Like, you guys are getting a bit of a sneak preview of what's coming up in a week on this. So yeah, at some point, that's not a knife. That's a knife. Yeah. No, you pull a sword, you pull a knife. I'm pulling something I can use as a sharpened hammer. Like, this has got the same qualities as a kukri. You don't fight with this like it's a knife. You fight with it like it's a hatchet or a sharpened hammer. Like, that's what you do with it. It's like the kukri got some corrosion on it, too. I see you played Knifey Spoony before. Just so you have the right information, the blade is 6 inches long. That is a 6-inch blade. And kukris are awesome. Where is it? But I've also got this one that I show off from time to time. This is a Bushmaster from... Come on, focus. Pacific Cutlery. That butterfly look familiar? Yeah, that is from Benchmade before they were Benchmade. Like, this is pre-Benchmade Benchmade. They are not all that common, which sucks because I'd like to get a factory sheath for it, but you can't buy just the sheath. You have to buy the whole fucking knife. I'm not doing this. This is a sheath for a Bowie that my uncle had laying around that somehow fit this thing. But, yeah, this is a special piece. Yeah, Benchmade used to be Pacific Cutlery. Let's see. Let's look this thing up. Oh, so Benchmade originally started in California in 1979 as Bally Song, then changed their name to Pacific Cutlery in the early 1980s before settling on Benchmade in 1988. So that's what happened there. Bushmaster Model 760. So I could buy one for $250 with the sheath and all that. But yeah, so that is an old piece. You know what? It may be worth doing because I may be like, hey, you guys got an extra sheath laying around. I'd love to have the original sheath on this. I mean, this thing is a user. It's been used. I've used it because I didn't know what it was, but I kind of sharpened it and used it to hack at some bushes just because. But yeah, so that thing belonged to my uncle before he passed away. And you guys will hear me mention a lot of stuff about my uncle before he passed away because he's the one that got me into knives, EDC gear, guns, playing around with Pyrodex and making small explosives, you know, stuff like that. Like, really going to his place was for me like going to a safe place. It was one of the few safe places I had as a kid, and we'd play around with like black powder, making little explosives with Easter eggs and stuff, like plastic Easter eggs, stuff like that. Like we'd play with blowing stuff up. You know, it's his anvil I've got in the garage. You know, he showed me what blacksmithing was the first time. You know, he got me into guns, stuff like that. Like I'm still a little tore up about him passing away, but it's been enough years that I've made my peace with it, but I'm still very unhappy about the fact that it happened. You know, especially like I'm doing stuff like this and you know, I'm building a channel and I'm into, you know, this kind of stuff. Like I'd love to call him and go, "Hey man, check all this stuff out," but I can't, you know? Oh, so if you've got a little bit of powder, the Aleve bottles with the top that you squeeze the sides of and turn, those things pop loud as shit without that much powder. Those things are loud. Like, I love doing those. But yeah, it's awesome. Like if you can find a few of those, try them out. But it is time for me to wrap this up. It is hitting midnight. I am very tired and I am ready to go lay down. So everybody that's still here, thank you so much for being here. This was definitely a fun stream. We got some stuff knocked out that I wanted to have out of my way. Yeah, man, you're welcome. But yeah, everybody have a great night. And like I said, I should see y'all on Friday next week. Just look for the community post to make sure. And I'll let you know a little ahead of time. Yeah, I'll at least be there for a little while tomorrow. Ah, dude, thanks for the sub. But yeah, I am signing out now.